Soda! Eh. Eh. What's going on, everybody? Ow. Hey, good timing. Soda can. Anyway, hello. I hope everything is good. Sorry that I ended up skipping the previous stream. I was tired. Still kind of tired today, but I am, like, significantly less tired. I just haven't had any, like, good luck getting sleep. But it's good. I'm a little bit more rested now. Here, let me pull up Twitch over on this end. That way I can see what the heck is happening. Yay! Croissant! I wish I had a croissant. Delicious buttery goodness. Say the line, Bart! Croissant? Do you have a croissant? But anyway, yeah, I hope you guys are having a pretty decent day. Today, I was just thinking about diving into Power Wash Simulator and, like, noodling around cleaning a subway car. And that's basically it. And aside from that, I don't know what else I'm planning on doing. I don't know. Yeah. Might have guests, might not. Depends on if people feel like it. I don't freaking know. I don't know, I'm not your dad. I can't force you to do stuff. Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and, like, you know, make the transition over to the game tab. Why the heck not? You don't know my reference. I know your reference. Are you going to finish that croissant? I did the accent, and it's Carl Weezer. It's from Jimmy Neutron, and Jimmy Neutron is a weird frickin' show. If I remember correctly, the I forget what the the reference to it, like something about the production of like Jimmy Neutron was like almost like a fever dream to a heck of a lot of the people that were a part of the show. And I don't remember where exactly I heard that from, but that is what I remember. I completely forgot and or did not realize that. They had a lot of weird lines in that show. This is Ultra Lord! Shane, you've shown Ultra Lord for the past 5 weeks. I mean, I think everybody's... There's a handful of characters that were like major favorites of people of Jimmy Neutron. One of them was Carl Weezer. I see the random like Sheen liker every now and then. I think the main one was Hugh Neutron. Everybody is just like Hugh Neutron had like all the great scenes. I will do it! I will live! Freaking love it. Looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. It was a Steve Odenkirk project. That would not surprise me one bit. Interesting. Anyways, I love the dog. Goddard. Yeah, Goddard's pretty cool. I kind of wish I had a Goddard growing up. That would have been really nice. Here we go. Let's head over to the game tab, shall we? Sorry. Now, where I last left off, I cleaned up, like... It turned out that Ice Cream Parlor was an entire, like, pack 5 of the Muckingham files, which is, like, freaking weird. However, it looks like we have 2 things that we need to clean up for this next round. One of them is a subway train car thing, so I'm gonna do that. Welcome back to Muckingham Subway Systems. Following yesterday's spring festivals, our subway system suffered a 314.1% increase in train defacement, considerably more than the predicted 5.9%. Consequently, we've made the difficult decision to commission a power washer and face a 2.65% hit on our annual contingency cleaning budget. Sounds a heck of a lot like the city that I'm in. I don't know what my favorite quote is. I mean, I said a heck of a lot of my favorite quotes already. That show still holds up as being very funny and quotable. Remember that one scene, it's like, hey, Pops, does this thing work? Sure it does. I just oiled it. But I remember that one for, like, entirely inappropriate reasons and, like, terrible shit show reasons. Hey, Wishy, what you up to, says Harper Shaw. What? What the heck are you? Oh, hello. Who the heck is this?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Ah, yes, I can hear you.
Hey, I don't have my usual mic plugged in, so that's good.
You sound decent, so, yeah, not a big deal.
Decent's good enough. How you doing, Bit?
Yeah. As long as there's not, like, super feedback where I'm, like, hearing myself times 10, then it's, like, it's fine.
Yeah, I have the stream muted.
Haven't been sleeping great, and,
same.
I don't know. I got a little bit extra sleep last night, so that kind of makes up for it a little bit.
That's good. Also, you couldn't think of one, Nova Star in the chat. I don't know if this is, like, my favorite quote, but it's for some reason one that lives in my head rent-free. It's like, Jimmy is doing some experiment on Carl, and he says, well, it's kind of hard to see, but take my word for it, his molecular structure is now really, really dense. I don't know why, but I remember that line just so clearly.
I don't remember the context of that.
He's just doing some experiment on Carl.
Shoot. I'm trying to think. There's... I don't know why, but...
Oh, yeah. Jimmy Neutron's voice actress, Debbie Derryberry, she's been in a ton of things. She's even been in Shadowverse. She's one of my favorite characters in Shadowverse. She is a really cool robot girl who speaks in poetry and is the daughter of my husbando in that game, so... Yeah, Debbie Devery is very prolific. She's been in, like, everything.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been having trouble sleeping too, but at least your sleeping problems aren't, due to pain and from, nerves
Oh,
and surgery recovery.
right. Yeah.
Which I am still having quite a lot of, which has not been fun. But at least I got to go out to the movies yesterday, which was a lot of fun.
What movie you see?
I saw K-pop Demon Hunters in the theater it was a sing-along showing.
A sing-along showing?
Yes, it was so dope. Like, that movie is so freaking good. And I was like, when I saw it, I'm like, man, when I watched it on Netflix, I was like, man, this should have been in the theater. It's like, so big and epic, and it's like, all this singing concert type stuff. And I love and the animation is amazing. So it's like, man, this should have been in the theater. And then like 2 months later, they're like, hey, we're gonna put it in the theater for a weekend, and it'll be a sing along.
So what?
And, so
what
I got
studio
tickets
makes
to that
K-pop
immediately.
Hunter?
Huh?
What studio makes K-pop Hunter?
Sony.
Ah, Sony.
It's
Gotcha.
the Spider-Verse people. It's got a little bit of the art style is a little bit Spider-Verse adjacent. It's like also it was also it reminds me a lot of Spider-Verse and Mitchell's vs. the Machines. It's kind of that sort of art style.
Well, that's good. I've heard some good things about all of them, and unfortunately have not seen any.
Watch K-pop Demon Hunters. It's on Netflix. It's so good. The music bangs.
I don't got me a Netflix account.
You can borrow mine. I would unironically let you borrow mine.
That, like, I don't know. That always feels a little bit skeevy for me, personally. I know everybody does it, but...
Oh, you went to see it too? You were the only people singing? I'm glad I wasn't the only people singing. There were some other people singing, and some people dancing, which I would have done too if my foot weren't hurting like a bitch.
I remember there was a theater that I used to work for that did like, they did like a fresh screening of, I think, Mamma Mia, which is funny because everybody knows the music from Mamma Mia because it's frickin' ABBA.
Yeah.
So there were tons of people that were singing in the crowd and dancing, which is funny because a bunch of the employees were just like, I don't know, is that a safety violation? Should we do anything? And the management's just like, nah, it's fine. Let people enjoy things.
Yeah, at least that's pretty harmless, and it's not like as long as it's not the Minecraft movie and what people were doing in that.
As long as it's not Chicken Jockey.
As long as it's not Chicken Jockey, we're fine.
It's just like literal explosions and terrorism.
I want someone to adopt me, Novastar, so I can, finally not live with my parents.
Chicken Jockey.
No more Chicken Jockey, please. We've had enough
Close.
of that. We've had enough of that to last a lifetime, I think. Unfortunately, they did said they're going to be making a Minecraft movie too, so perhaps
I wonder what's going to be like, the new Chicken Jockey moment.
I hope for the sequel that the theaters are like, there with like hazmat suits. The theater employees are like more prepared because they know what to expect this time.
Either that or like, military equipment. Just be like, if we see any of you do anything, any shady shit, we are armed and the sights are on. That'd be funny. I mean, not funny, but funny.
True. I don't know. I'm so behind on. Oh, sorry. Started talking at the same time. That happens so much.
Yeah. Yo, what were you gonna say?
No, I was just saying I'm just like so behind on everything since I've been, laid up like the past 2 months.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had my foot thing that happened not too long ago, and like only now has my foot finally started feeling like kind of back to normal.
Oh, that's good. I wish I could say the same for mine, because that's where a lot of my nerve pain has been since the surgery.
Right. Well, you had like your back dug into. So
Yeah. But apparently, because I saw my doctor as like a follow-up appointment not that long ago, and I told him about all the pain I've been having in my foot, and they're like, "Yeah, that might not be entirely related to the surgery. You should go see an orthopedic doctor." So I am seeing one on Tuesday.
aw, man.
Yeah,
I mean, at least you got doctors that are smart and can tell you that.
that's
That's
true.
good news.
Yeah, very true. And like a week from Friday, I think it is when I start physical therapy, and that should help a lot too. Because I'm still having some trouble like moving around a little bit. Just like trying to bend down is kind of not not very easy and or enjoyable at the moment. So hopefully they'll get my start strengthening my back again, and it'll get easier.
I need to get back into some like regular stretches and exercise because I have not really done that much recently.
That's been like my thing. Is just like as soon as I really recover from the surgery and start all the physical therapy and everything, I'm gonna start exercising more and generally just like being more healthy because I actually have the means to be now. Now that
Heck
I
yeah.
don't feel that I can move and exercise and not feel pain.
I know that my brother right now is currently on I don't want to say a health kick, because when you say health kick, you're basically sort of hinting at the idea that it's not going to last, and I don't want it to not last. He's doing pretty good actually. He's lost like a good 40 pounds so far.
That's
And
good. That's awesome.
looks significantly better.
That's awesome. Is he on any of the GLP-1s or anything like that? Because I know a lot of people that are taking those now
The what
lose
who
weight.
now was?
Like Wegovy or Ozempic or any of those.
Oh no, he's not on anything like that. He's doing it the old-fashioned way, which is actively watching his what he eats.
Ah, that's tough. I mean, you have to do that anyway when you take the GLP-1 drugs, but like it helps boost it a little more.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
It's just like a I think it's a thing that it's like a medicine that you inject into your stomach, and it helps you like with moderating your eating and digestion and losing weight. I don't entirely know either, but they've become very, very popular for weight loss and get people getting healthier.
If it's like one of the only real ways that some people have been able to see progress, then I'm all for it.
It's helped a lot of people from what I know, including a few people that I know, so I would definitely like to give it a try if I can afford it.
There's the rub.
Yeah.
Do you have money? No? Well, too bad. Also, Nova Star in the chat says, I was voicing Pico and Mean for a comic dub, and now my voice hurts like hell and I'm not done. Welcome to voice acting.
Yeah, Ray, you gotta. That's another thing I've heard about voice acting. You gotta be really careful when you do stuff like that, or otherwise you can just like destroy your voice during a session.
Well, like
I'm
I
sure
just
you know all
recently did recordings.
Sure, Bit knows all about that.
I did recordings for that one mod that just recently released, called the Escape from Fort Clawburn, and I voiced like all of the cats in that.
Oh wow!
And the problem is, one, that's a heck of a lot of cats to voice. Two, there were a ton of like shouty lines that required me to do a lot of like yelling. And so for the next couple of days after that, I was kind of out of it.
Dang.
Like I needed to take like some significant time off and have some nice like syrupy liquids and stuff.
Yeah, that makes me wonder. Like, that just makes me like appreciate even more, and wonder how voice actors like Richard Horvitz like managed to do roles like Invader Zim, where he was just like there's so much like loud dialogue and screaming, and it's that shit that had to be murder on his voice.
Why is
Just
there
like how did he
bacon
deal
in
with
the
that?
soup?
Like how did he deal with that? It's crazy. I bet he's glad to play like more low key I bet that's why he likes doing like Hell of a Boss, is because he gets to play a character that's like way more low key and is almost kind of like the smart straight man to like more of the other wacky characters in that show.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Moxie, who's like he's kind of the straight man of the group. Who's very
I'm sure he also enjoys playing like, you know, a character that has a little bit more of a raunchy edge to him as well. Because of just the nature of the show.
That too.
Just be like, yay, I get to swear in this voice? Yay. That's great.
Yeah, I remember that's like what a lot of people were talking about, like when the first show like aired around. It's like, you guys gotta watch this show, it's got Invader Zim swearing. Although though like people would have him like swear in Zim's voice at conventions already up to that. It actually wasn't that because I already, but even before that I heard like recordings that he did for people at conventions of like Zim saying obscenities because he would just do that for people.
I've never seen any video footage of him like actively using the Zim voice for like, you know, evil.
I have. There's one very quote unquote iconic one, or just one that I've heard like reposted a lot, with Zim saying in various I don't know, like tones, I guess. The female parts, a certain word for the female
understood.
words. It's actually pretty damn hilarious. just because of the inflection and like the way he says it, it's actually very in character, and that's the funniest part, honestly.
Zim, how did you learn about that human anatomy? My squiggly spooch. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's recently gone on that I could bring up here. I don't know. It's been pretty quiet this week. Glad for that.
I'm
Today
just glad I'm
basically...
feeling not awful enough to actually get back on my PC and do productive things.
I don't know. Today has basically just been a yard work kind of day, where I did a heck of a lot of yard work. And that's always a blast.
The weather must have been decent then, not too hot.
Oh, heck yeah. It's like I picked this day in particular because it was like a nice 65 degrees or something.
Oh, that does sound nice.
Something like that. And it like a really nice wind blowing through as well, so like, you know, you feel nice and cool.
Oh yeah, it was pretty nice today too. I had dinner out on the deck.
Ooh. Nice. I have not actively like eaten outside in a long time, mostly because I'm not terrified of bugs, but like I prefer not to be around bugs while I eat.
That's fair, but the thing is, I've encountered bugs whether I'm indoors in a restaurant sometimes, or like I encounter bugs when I'm inside a restaurant just as much as when I'm sitting outside. So if it's nice out, you might as well sit outside because chances are there'll be bugs inside too.
I suppose, like if your restaurant has just got a boatload of flies just flying around, you have a little better of a chance of getting them to go the heck away if you're like, you know, outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I'm curious about this. How much do you know about Homestuck?
So when I was in high school, or it was like, I think it was in high school. It was either when I was in high school or after I graduated and before I started college. I did a Homestuck cosplay. I was not one of the trolls. I was a member of the Midnight Crew. Because they've always been my favorite Homestuck characters, and just like I'm kind of sad that there isn't just a whole comic about them, because the Midnight Crew intermission is my favorite part of the whole comic, hands down.
I know close to nothing.
Basically nothing. It has hardly anything to do with the rest of the comic, but I love it because I just love the gimmick and the characters, and then just the whole like gimmick of everything in there, and also it's kind of loosely connected to Problem Sleuth, which was the comic that the creator did before Homestuck that I still think is like a masterpiece. Like,
oh, really?
It's so good. Yeah, it's really, really great. And thankfully there were still backups of it, because if you don't know, the Homestuck website is like dead, the official one, because they never bothered converting, like, because most of it was done in Flash, and they never like spent the resources to go and like convert all of the Flash stuff into like stuff that you could still view, because Flash has been dead for a while. But some other people have done it instead, and so there's like unofficial re-uploads where people have like converted all the Flash stuff, which is good. And I'm glad that there's backups of that, and also of Problem Sleuth. But yeah, anyway, I did a Homestuck cosplay, and I went to the convention in my hometown in that cosplay, met up with a Homestuck cosplay group, and got the entire group of cosplayers, like a group of like at least 50 plus people in the hallway as we were all meeting up for this cosplay meetup, to sing a song from. So one of the songs, it was actually an old song. But the Midnight Crew and that whole thing was named after a song called "I'm the Member of the Midnight Crew." So everybody like in the fandom like knows the song. So I got that entire group of cosplayers to start singing that song. I just had the whole group of cosplayers just like break out into a chorus.
That's freaking awesome.
And that is one of my favorite convention memories ever. Is getting an entire group of Homestuck cosplayers to break out in song.
I mean, the only, like, God, I'm just thinking about Insane Clown Posse, and, like, I've heard that they were a big part of Homestuck, or...
they're history. Referenced at one point. There's a character that's a juggalo, which is, his Insane Clown Posse's fandom that kind of eclipsed itself and then became, like, a whole weird sort of fashion... artistic musical movement in and of itself. It's weird. But yeah, there's a character who is that, so Insane Clown Posse gets referenced a couple times.
Gotcha. Hey, Phoenix, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Anyway, the reason why I mentioned...
So yes, I do know
Homestuck, though,
yeah.
is, like, very soon, I'm talking, like, tomorrow, me, Synthetic Charm, and a bunch of other people within the crew are getting together to, like, basically read through Homestuck from the very beginning.
Oh my god, good luck.
Yeah, help.
It's you're not it might be a year before you finish it. I'm dead serious. That thing is so ridiculously long, and unfortunately it kind of gets worse the more it goes on.
Right.
I'd say the peak was around chapter 5. Like the chapter 5 was like 2 halves, and I'd say maybe the second half of chapter 5 was like where it was peaked, and then everything after that just kind of got progressively worse. And by the end of the comic, I was just like, what the fuck are we even doing anymore? Like, what happened? What is this? This is so unsatisfying. Like, the ending was just really, really unsatisfying, and I've
heard rumblings about that, yeah.
Yeah, because what happened was, it's a little funny and a little sad, depending on how you look at it. Basically, the creator went insane. He didn't handle, let's just say he didn't handle the realization that he had a fandom of people that were willing to give him $2 million very well. the ego kind of went to his head, and he just started doing all these really bizarre, making all these really bizarre, self-indulgent writing choices that made no sense, and were just like him kind of trying to explore the ideas of fandom and canon and like what it really all, and like how fan fiction relates to canon, and it's like, this isn't what this story was about. And so as a result, there is actually a sequel to Homestuck, and it's basically unreadable.
I've heard that there is a sequel to Homestuck, and I hear that like we are very likely not reading that.
Yeah, it's unreadable. It's an insane. It's a man that went insane, realizing he had a massive fandom who like wrote fan fiction and made fan art and like had their whole lives be centered around his creation, and to the point where they were willing to give him millions of dollars. Just the insane ramblings of that man, who also let all of that go completely to his head. So now he just thinks he can, whatever he makes, just his fan base will eat it up, which they have not. Nobody really likes the Homestuck sequel. It's pretty much considered awful, and just like, yeah, the people who still like Homestuck like Homestuck. They don't like any of the other stuff related to it, except the Kickstarter game, which did end up happening, but it was after that $2 million got stolen, and they kind of had to just make a game with whatever they could. And to this day, I think it was supposed to have 3 chapters. It only ended up having 2. Because they just didn't have the money. And the interest in Homestuck just kind of kept getting less and less as time went on because of Hussey going completely insane.
Right. Well, like every single fan of Homestuck woke up like a sleeper agent the second they heard the announcement about the Vivzy Pop cartoon.
Oh yeah, so what's interesting about that is, as far as, I might be wrong about this, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Hussey is actually, Andrew Hussey, the creator of Homestuck, I don't think he's actually involved in the pilot. I think it's just, he's only being credited as the original writer, and it's basically it's an adaptation being headed by Toby Fox and Vivian, and just people who aren't Andrew. So it's a good chance, because you would have to do this, it's kind of a given, because you have to do this in order to actually make it an animated series. It's going to be a pretty substantial rework of the story. Like, it's definitely not going to be a one-to-one adaptation.
God, I hope so, because I've gone and I have, we've actively sat down and we read through a couple of the, chapters of Homestuck ?
Yeah.
I don't know. We looked through it, and I'm just like, oh god, this is so like early 2000 core. Like,
What's funny is because it started in 2009, and its run was mostly through the early 2010s. So,
well, it was written for teenagers by teenagers, and you can kind of tell.
Yeah, that was always Hussey's kind of style of writing, sense of humor. Granted, that might be partially because it is about teenage characters, so I think Hussey intentionally played that up. Because here's the thing about him, is I think at one point he was a good writer.
Mm-hmm.
Because, as I said, I love Problem Sleuth, which is the comic that he did before Homestuck. I genuinely still think that comic is really clever and really funny. But one thing that I think really benefits it too is that it has really one idea that it basically has there's basically one core idea behind the comic, and it sticks to that and does it really, really well. It has a central focus, and it doesn't stray too much from it, and it's a good idea that's executed well. And the problem with Homestuck is I feel like, especially the more it went on, it had way too many ideas, too many concepts, too many things, and it was ideas and themes it was trying to juggle, and it just couldn't get a grasp on what it really wanted to do.
All right.
Because I think I know what it was going for in the beginning, I think in the beginning it was meant to be sort of a satire of internet culture, and like how people like interact with each other when playing games and communicating with each other on the internet. But yeah, again, as it kind of went on, it really lost the plot.
I see.
And you didn't really understand what it was supposed to be about anymore.
Again, this guy's going.
Especially as the author went insane.
Right. Yeah.
It's like seeing this is like what I saw with Andrew Hussey was the kind of thing you only typically see when authors like or like musicians or something like end up on drugs and having to go to rehab. Like it was that kind of experience, but like instead of heroin, he was on a fandom willing to give him $2 million.
He was high on his own feelings.
He was high on his own fandom of people in gray body paint which ruined conventions in the late 2010s. In the mid to late 2010s.
Oh, I saw this one TikTok not too long ago, and it was like about the the announcement of the animated series, and it was just like, gentlemen, it is time to rise, and then it showed a person going into his bathroom, and he has like an entire like Tupperware box of permanent markers that he dumps into the the tub.
Yeah, that's like a legendary story. To this day I'm not convinced that actually happened, or if it was just like it was one of those things that's like partly true.
I don't know. We live in a really stupid world, so I could believe it.
I don't know. I have the feeling that like yes, the person who was telling the story was like definitely was like forced to share a hotel room with a Homestuck cosplayer that trashed the hotel room with their makeup and everything. I'm more hesitant to believe the whole dumped a bunch of Sharpies in a bathtub thing, mostly because that would kind of kill you. I think
it might, yeah, because like
would
Sharpie
kill...
is permanent marker, and anything that you get on your skin gets absorbed into your body.
Yeah, because the story goes, she was sitting naked in the bathtub with the water filled with the Sharpie ink, and if that were the case, I think she'd be dead.
Probably.
So that's always why I'm like, yeah, I get why it's become a famous story, but I just don't believe it actually happened, or at least the way it was told.
Illuminati.
Oh my god, it's Bill Cipher.
I was just gonna say. This was like, oh my god.
Bill Cipher mentioned.
Join Caldera County UFO Watcher Society.
Hey, Bit, obligatory me asking you, have you watched Gravity Falls lately?
Obligatory help. Obligatory avoid question.
Oh, Bit, please. Watch Gravity Falls before I die.
I'm killing you. I apologize.
It's been years, Bit.
It's been
500 years, Bit.
You are correct. You found the Hanna-Barbera Pac-Man cartoon and Buzz Lightyear of Star Command on the Internet Archive. You can download the episodes.
Whoa, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command is a good find, because for some freaking reason that show is not on Disney+.
Wow, damn.
Everything else is on Disney Plus except that show for some reason.
That's strange, because I remember that show being like pretty good and also like not at all like offensive or anything terrible. Like
it was just a genuinely good show.
It was just a really good show.
It was just a good cartoon, yeah. I am old. Bit and I are old men.
Right. We were there when the Skrulls were drafted. There we go. Oh yeah. By the way, while we're talking about old cartoons and like shows and all of that jazz, I finally handed off my gift to my brother the other day. I think I remember I talked about it, but I didn't tell you about like the events of what happened.
What was the gift that you gave your brother?
I 3D printed the aggro crag from Nickelodeon Guts.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I made him one of the trophies, and it's like it has LEDs in it, so it actually glows green, and it's really cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
And I made it for him, and I put it inside of like a basically like a birthday bag, and then had him open it. He put his hand in and just started feeling around, and literally the first thing he said was, I mean, it kind of feels like the aggro crag, and I'm just like, shit. I don't know, like that probably means that was a good call, like that, you know, the fact that he could immediately identify it without even having to like see it, you know.
That's impressive, honestly.
That means we're on the same wavelength.
It must be nice to have siblings you get along with. I don't have any siblings at all, so.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
Only
Only
child,
child. The blessing and the curse of being an only child.
I will say, like, it is definitely better nowadays as opposed to when we were actually children. When we were actually children, we were, like, complete scumbags to each other. Like,
I feel like that's the case for a lot of people. It's either like one or the other. It's either like you get along really well as kids and then you totally drift apart as adults, or the opposite happens. You don't get along as kids, but then as adults you're actually pretty cool with each other.
we're pretty tight-knit, I think. But no,
That's
like,
good.
when we were younger, like, he was definitely the kind that would bully the ever-loving heck out of all the other siblings. I remember there's an entire, like, basically an entire trade war between us and wanting to get into the locked closet. And he was the only one that had keys because he was the responsible, like, older kid who was allowed to have house keys at the time. And we would all just be
Is
like,
he the oldest?
"Hi, yes." Just like, "Hi, can I get something from the closet?" And it's just like, "I don't know, can you?" It's just like, "Come on, let's not play this game, man." Don't screw around with me. Just open the closet.
Typical older brother.
And it's just like,
kinda
I don't know.
messing
What
with
will you do for me? Nothing, because that's not how this deal works. Open the damn closet.
It reminds me, the other day I was I was just watching TV and the episode of South Park came on with the Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet.
Oh yeah, now I'm locked in the closet.
Come out of the closet, Tom. Come out of the closet, Tom.
Then I pull out my gun. That was a freaking classic one. My stepbrothers most likely don't tolerate my ADHD at all. Understandable, kind of. At the exact same time.
Like Pink. The Buzz Lightyear of Star Command cartoon is basically what Lightyear should have been.
See, I have not seen Lightyear, but frankly, I don't have any interest to see it.
It's bad. It's a mess. I feel like if they had not called it Lightyear and made it had nothing to do with Buzz Lightyear, people would be like, okay, that was a kind of interesting movie. It wasn't amazing or anything, but it was kind of cool and ambitious for Pixar. The fact they tried to make it about Buzz Lightyear it just doesn't make any sense at all. It really doesn't work on any level.
I don't know, Disney is currently sitting on a ton of different properties that they could be making like oodles and oodles of money on, and they just don't do anything with them. Which is funny, because like, they do the exact opposite, where they take a property that's like well-known and loved by everybody, and then they CG the heck out of it.
That's especially lately where they've been trying to make, like, we have a movie, we're just gonna make it again.
Yep. Gotta love that Chinese market.
And make it worse, because we have actually no ideas about what to add to any of this. Or we're for some reason hiring people that completely don't understand and miss the point of the original movie completely, to the point where they really just shouldn't have remade this movie or touched it at all. Hi, Lilo and Stitch.
That still bumps
I think I
me
ranted
out.
about that on the last time we talked.
I believe you did, and I remember
Yeah,
my response
it's really
was something
bad,
like,
and I'm
"Wall
still
one?
mad about it.
The fuck, huh?"
Yeah.
These USB ports. Please keep your gnome off the seats.
Yeah, according to the director of the live action Lilo and Stitch, Ohana means abandoned.
Yep. That's apparently correct. Ohana means abandoned.
That's what he seemed to think. He's like in the interviews, he's like, sometimes people do get left behind, and he's like, and then I'm like, well, how about you make a movie that isn't about people not getting left behind?
Mm-hmm. Like, but I don't know. I just feel like if you wanted to make a movie that was similar to Lilo and Stitch but didn't have the exact same coupling as Lilo and Stitch, just
Or
make
the
a movie
same
that isn't
message
Lilo
or
and Stitch.
theme or point. Just make a different movie.
Right? Like, it's a little bit easier to swallow when you don't have to deal with like the potential like he's just like
He just didn't want to make Lilo and Stitch. That was the whole thing. He was assigned to remake that movie, but he didn't want to remake it. He wanted to make a different movie.
like a crotchety old guy taking over like an amusement park and just being like, "No, you stay quiet."
Pretty much.
None of you had better jump on any of the swings because those things are feeble and brittle. It's like, no, they're not. The entire point is to have fun, old geezer. Jesus. I love the character XR. He's Bender from Futurama if he wasn't an alcoholic and had parental settings.
Oh yeah, XR is one of the best characters.
XR. Am I thinking about the right guy?
Have you ever seen the Buzz Lightyear Star Command show?
I have, but it's been like so many years since I've seen it.
He's just like a funny little robot guy. And yeah he's kind of like
if
Bender.
If I remember
but
right,
in a Peach
I
show.
believe XR was one of my favorite characters, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah, he's a funny little robot.
I like funny little robots.
Who doesn't?
I don't know a single person who doesn't. XR, Gurr, again, Bender.
That's why WALL-E is my favorite Pixar movie, because it's about the funny little robots. Turning Red is a close second, though, because my god, that movie is so clear-coded.
I have heard about Turning Red. I have not actively.
You should watch it. It's very, very good. I made me cry twice, at least twice.
I remember seeing an interview with the gal who did the voice of the main character from Turning Red.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, there was one scene where, she had to do I don't know, some kind of a cat call of some kind. And the take that they went with was awooga. And apparently she regrets doing that take.
Aww.
She didn't know that was the take that they were going to go with, but that's the one they went with.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of that movie has her. She is her swooning over a boy band, because it takes place in the year 2002, and she's like a 13-year-old in 2002, and is swooning over this totally not NSYNC Backstreet Boys type boy band.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it's like explicitly in the year 2002, so everybody has like these chunky phones, and like you see like this one girl, her friend of hers, like reading like a book that's supposed to be Twilight, and it's just it's so early 2000s. Like I love that they specifically said it in that year, because it just made it that's just fun. You can have all this 2002 stuff.
It's fun seeing stuff that's coded in that particular timeline, and then to hear other people call it retro, and then my bones get brittle.
Oh yeah, it's just like it's not old. It's just like it's just from when I was a kid. Like in 2002, I was about I would have been like 11. So
Yeah,
just like
somewhere
no, it's
around
just
there for me.
yeah.
I know. God, I was just reminded of this the other day. Do you remember Chrome Core?
I do not. What was
That's
that?
apparently that is the name that is retroactively being given to that style. Like, I think somewhere around 2000 to 2006 or 2007 was the era of Chrome Core, where like everything was being made everything was being made round and chrome looking. And like there was like a round design aesthetic that you saw in a lot of things.
I can kind of see where they're coming from. I'm trying to remember like stuff just from that era of like that because that would be the era of like when I was in high school, and I can kind of see it. I can't think of anything like specific off the top of my head, but if I'm thinking about just like stuff that I saw around that time, it's like, yeah, that's kind of when like iPods were really starting to become a thing, and you know,
For me,
yeah.
I think it's like music players and like stereo systems.
Yeah, I definitely remember that.
Let me pull up a picture of here. I'm gonna look up 2000 stereo.
Yeah. Nova Star says, I wish I was alive in 2001 to 2002. God, don't say that stuff ever. Don't say things like that.
2000 stereo. I'm sure that like I'll probably find a picture somewhere. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh wait, this is a 3D model that somebody made. Oh, that's kind of neat. No, okay.
I have Phoenix. I have not seen Buzz Lightyear Star Command in so many years. Like it's, I think probably the last time I saw it probably was when I was in high school. So it's, it's probably been a good 10 to 15 years since I've seen it. So I do not remember. I'm sorry.
All right,
If
let
it
me
was
see if
on
there's-
Disney Plus, I'd totally rewatch it. Too bad it's not.
Anyway, this is kind of what I think about when I think of Chrome Core.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like something that is like
I remember these.
it's clearly plastic, but it's like sort of sprayed to look like it's like some nickel looking thing, and everything has got like rounded rounded parts to it and chrome accents and
Oh
like,
yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, this almost kind of reminds me of like a stereo that my parents had when I was like, I don't know, like maybe not 8 or 9 years old.
Mm-hmm. I remember something very similar that my brother had. Like it was a flex that he could show off that he had the. Oh my God! I think I literally found the exact same one that he had.
Oh wow!
That one.
Yeah, I know about Internet Archive, but I can't put up Internet Archive video on my TV. But I can do it with Disney Plus. So.
Well, that's why you go and download it and find a way to play it over your TV.
True. Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, dude. Like this was an absolutely. Major
that's like
trick.
so. That's like 2000s Hot Topic kind of stereo.
Mm-hmm. I was super jealous of him. I was just like, oh, this cool thing you have. I mean, I don't have the music library to be able to play on this thing, and you do. But still, I want one. I don't want one now, though.
That looks like the kind of thing that kind of thing looks like it's 2004 and you're blasting out the latest Limp Bizkit album from that.
Yeah,
you're like in the
Limp Bizkit or Evanescence.
Yeah, you're like in the skate park.
Yeah.
And you're blasting out the new Limp Bizkit album with as your friend is trying to, skateboard down the rail.
Right here, I am Limp Bizkit's right here. People in the house, put your hands in the air.
Thank you, Phoenix. It's doing better. I'm recovering it slowly. My back has been doing okay. It's more like the nerves in my leg and foot that's been giving me trouble these past few weeks. It's really, really painful. And thankfully, it's not been as bad the past few days, but I'm still gonna go see a doctor about it on Tuesday. Because when I did see my surgeon as a follow up after the surgery, he's like, yeah, if you're having pain in that part of your leg and in your foot, that's probably actually not entirely related to the surgery. You should go see an orthopedic doctor. So I'll go see that and I'll figure out what's going on there.
Again, I like having smart doctors. Ones that can actively.
Yeah,
like...
my surgeon was really good. I'm really glad that he was the one who took care of me.
Now, I went and I got a follow-up as well for, like, my foot, and I got no complaints on my end, because they basically told me that, yep, everything looks fine. X-rays are coming out clean, and it looks like it's healing the way it's supposed to.
That's good.
And I'm just like, okay, I'm all for this.
Yeah, I'm hoping what they tell me at the doctor on Tuesday, it's just like, oh, it's a bit of tendonitis or something that got irritated by the surgery. Here, take this. We got a medicine for that. Here, take it, and you'll be all good in a couple days.
Oh, best case scenario, yeah.
That's the best case scenario. Yep.
Ooh, wrist pain. Ooh. Was that brought on by any kind of an injury, or is that just, like, in general starting to crop up? Or, like, excessive drawing or something? Welcome to BitFeast Streams, where we diagnose you despite the fact that we are absolutely, not doctors in any way, shape, or form.
The stream does not contain
Right.
sound medical advice. Please consult your doctor.
No medical advice whatsoever. Me and C-Cell are not doctors in any way, shape, or form. Matter of fact, doctors are great. You should go see one. Oh, what's funny is that I don't want to give too much away about, like, my location and all that jazz. But, like, I just recently heard conflicting reports about this one particular, like, health group within my area. And they'd just be like, hey, these guys are, like, the best within your area. Voted by, like, I forget what experts. I guess they did some sort of, like, survey, and they figured out that, like, these guys are the best in the area. Meanwhile,
was it one of those, like, magazine polls or something? Because I was reading some, magazine about. I was trying to find, like, some good restaurants to try out, and so I looked in this magazine where they did, like, ranking, like, best restaurants in the city, but they also had, like, best doctors and, that kind of thing, and I'm just like, I don't know if a magazine rating the best restaurants should also be rating best doctors.
It made local news, I will say that. Like,
ooh.
In
a good or a bad way?
In a good way. They were just like, oh, hey, they're the best in the area. Which is funny, because at the exact same time, there was also news coming out that they were letting go, like, a gigantic portion of their staff.
Oh, dear.
So I'm just sitting there just like, okay, well, one of these has got to be a lie. And I'm willing to bet it's the one that says it's got the best care.
Well...
And that makes me sad. Also, Phoenix says, I got tripped by my dogs and I fell on a brick pathway. That sucks.
Oof.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You're okay.
I remember, I was terrible when it came to tripping when I was a kid. I've told this story so many times on stream, but I'm going to tell it again. Screw it.
I don't remember which story this is, so go ahead.
Somebody here probably. So, I remember I was terrible with my knees when it came to my, when it came to me being younger. And I used to skin them all the frickin' time. And there was one time where I was at a theme park, and while I was there, I skinned my knee really, really bad. Like, bleeding. A ton. To a point where, like, my mom actually says, in retrospect, like, she's very surprised that I kept it cool the entire time that I was in pain and bleeding.
Oof.
And like the funny thing is that when what ended up happening was we had to like travel for a period of time while I was like, you know, not bleeding out, but definitely like bleeding bad. And I ended up stopping at this one place that was dressed up like Santa's workshop.
Oh.
And so I literally ended up getting a bunch of bandages from a place that I essentially got bandages from Santa Claus for Christmas.
Aw.
It was nice. But I only learned about this later on down the line. Like, basically, when I got older, I found out about this one. I guess my mom didn't have anything in her purse that was outfitted to take care of a wound like that. Like, she's resourceful and she kept everything in her purse. But she definitely didn't have something to cover a wound like that. So what did she do? She had one thing that was able to keep blood in very well. And that happened to be one of her pads. So I was walking down the street in this like amusement park with like a pad stuck to my leg. And I was just like, I mean, yeah, that's what its job is.
You know what? I gotta hand it to your mom. That's pretty resourceful.
That's what it's meant to do. And I mean, you know, it's hygienic. It was locked in, you know, a nice, like, you know, outer foil. So it's not like you're gonna get infected. Yeah, it was my mom. Quick thinker, that one.
That would be like the kind of story I feel like the pad company would use in like a commercial or something to be like, our product has multiple uses.
Oh, they absolutely would never. I mean, maybe they would play that up as a joke. I don't think they would seriously be like, "Hey, use your maxi pads on your you know, on your open wounds." I'm pretty sure that's like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
True. It's a good point. It's a good point.
You won't get AIDS. What the fuck? Although, I just recently, I saw a news story talking about there's like, according to scientists, a 100% effective, like HIV prevention vaccine that now exists that's currently rolling out at the moment. And I think that's freaking cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because
That's
like,
awesome.
I remember growing up and, you know, the talk about AIDS and how absolutely dangerous it was. Like, I saw so many, like, not advertisements, like public service announcements in school where they would talk about the dangers of AIDS and the fact that, like, if you got it, that's it. It's a death sentence. Like, you're done. Your immune system is compromised and you will not bounce back from it. But now science has just been like, no, we got it.
I think I was at the age where it's like, I remember some of the, like, AIDS talk when I was, like, kind of young, but by the time I was, like, preteen teenager, it had, like, kind of mostly stopped being, like, a thing that people talked about that often.
Well, like,
But
a lot of people, you know, people didn't talk about it per se, but, I mean, you know, the fear still, like, floated around and still existed.
yeah. Wait, you mean the cure for AIDS isn't $100,000 concentrated cash?
What was that? Was that an episode of South Park?
That's another South Park episode, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
They find the cure for AIDS by putting $10,000, like $100,000 cash into a blender, and then it becomes, and you inject it into yourself and it cures AIDS.
Oh, freaking heck. So many classic South Park episodes.
This season also, this most recent season has also actually been a banger so far.
I have seen none of the new episodes of South Park, but like my social media is basically making it so that I have to hear about it.
If
like,
you
oh
only
my god,
watch
did you hear about the new season of South Park? And I'm just like, I mean, now I have.
I mean, if you only watch one from this season, watch the first episode of the season where they if you know anything about the history of the legacy of South Park, you know about their Saddam Hussein character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's back. Except now he's Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally the same character. They just put a different head on him. And I just think that's amazing.
I
on so
remember
many
that
levels.
being in the longer, like,
Yeah, the movie.
The movie. God, it's like bigger, longer, and uncut.
Yep.
Jesus.
It was supposed to be called All Hell Breaks Loose, actually, but they wouldn't let them have that title.
Oh, so instead they just went with the penis joke.
Yep. Well,
That sounds like them.
we can't call it the thing that we actually wanted to call it, so we're just gonna call it a dick joke.
God, they are such shit disturbers, I swear. It's like, okay, we'll find out a way to get past the censors. Sure.
They also has, like, I think the number of F words in the movie is, like, literally one under, like, the amount that's, like, if they had, like, one more use of the F word in the movie, they would have an NC-17, but because it's, like, 599 uses of the F word and not 600, it qualifies for an R rating.
That's impressive.
It's really that's hilarious. So it's like, yeah, it's like, it just shows you how arbitrary the ratings are, because it's like, oh, if we had said fuck one more time, this wouldn't have been appropriate for anyone under, this would be NC-17, but because we only say it like 599 times, it's okay, it's an R rating.
There's so much stuff when it comes to censoring that is just so arbitrary.
It's so silly.
You know, is it like, I mean, I understand the rules to a certain extent, but, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you know, if we could talk about arbitrary censorship, we could talk about the current fun arbitrary censorship currently going on within our society at the moment. That's another thing, but that is not a fun conversation.
Yeah. There's actually a really, really good documentary called "This Film Is Not Yet Rated," just basically about how how the MPAA is just completely bullshit. It's just a bunch of random people making calls about rating the movies based on completely arbitrary things that don't make sense or matter at all. And it's just like, wow, this system is really stupid.
Yo, Gabba Gabba is in South Park as a
Yeah,
parody,
they've referenced it at least once, I'm sure.
I mean,
there was actually the second episode of this most recent season is about ICE and how they've been like rounding up immigrants and things like that. There is part of the episode has an ICE raid on a Dora the Explorer live show, and they arrest Dora the Explorer and take her away in handcuffs.
Because as we all know, she's the most illegal of illegals, apparently. For God's sake. I need to see that.
That's what I'm telling you, this season so far is a banger. You gotta watch it.
I hate to be a curmudgeon, but are you old enough to be watching South Park?
This is Nova Star, like 17? 16, 17?
I mean, they just recently started high school, so...
Oh.
I would assume that they're probably, like, a little bit... You know. So I'm not sure about that one.
I don't know, maybe like if they're 16 and up, it's probably fine.
I am a high school human.
I will fully admit, though, I probably started watching South Park when I was a little bit too young. Maybe a little bit too young. I started maybe when I was about, maybe 13 or 14.
Yeah. I can't judge either. I mean, I went and I watched Team America World Police when I was like, oh god, what age was I? I think I was something like 14 or 15, and that was a movie I probably should not have watched. But god, it was funny.
Also by the South Park guys.
Yep. America, fuck yeah. Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
I think I have that movie on DVD somewhere. I got it at like a used DVD store for like a couple of bucks, and I'm like, sure, that movie's funny. I'll pick it up for like $5.
It's funny, but like, oh my god, it's offensive.
As is everything Matt and Trey has ever done, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
Including the musical Book of Mormon, which is also won like all of the Tonys ever.
Is Dora blind? I mean, legally blind, probably. I don't know if it's completely blind. There. Now, I know that my brother, I'm not going to comment on stuff like that. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, for one, I don't want to hear about it unless there's actually...
That might be a little bit too political adjacent.
Too political, and, like, I like to hold off on believing anything like that unless I see some solid evidence and proof. Keep in mind, we currently live in a society where anybody can say anything about anybody, and they can make it trend on the internet. So, I'm not going to say much, in reference to that.
Me when I spread misinformation.
Me when I spread lies online.
Think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Tell lies? What's stopping Swiper? There's nothing really stopping him. I don't know. Got a moral compass, apparently. Like, you say it enough times, and he's just like, ah.
I guess he's just like, if people catch him, he's like, well, like, you caught me, I can't do it now.
Right. It's not fun.
What's up with those, like, live-action Dora the Explorer movies that are a thing now? I keep seeing ads for them, like, on, like, streaming services.
I haven't actively... Well, I don't have a lot of streaming services, so...
I know they exist, I just don't know anything about them. Like, are they good? Are they bad? Are they really weird?
I'd like to hope that if they were bad, they wouldn't be constantly continuing to make more and more of them.
There's, like, 2 of them, so... I don't know if it's, like... I don't know if there's got, like, a 3rd in the works or anything like that. I don't know anything about them.
I hope they're good. Like, Dora deserves the legacy. The Lost City movie. Interesting. So, another thing, related to media and all that jazz. I know that my...
Gotta update this spreadsheet about trading cards.
Ooh, you got a spreadsheet on trading cards? I mean, of course you do. What am I saying?
But you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You hear me? Hello? Is Discord being a funny? Or are you being a funny? Hello? Disconnect and reconnect. Hello? Do your function. Is your internet being silly? I think Z-Cell's internet is being silly. Actually, let me check my my drop frames. I don't have any drop frames, so probably Z-Cell's side. Hello?
Hey, I'm back.
Is your internet being a dumb?
It was being a dumb.
Gotta love Discord, getting better and better every day. I don't know. Monopolies, no matter who they are, I'm not a fan of them.
Nope.
Now I'd like some heckin' competition for this freaking app. Light a fire under them.
That would be nice. Cause like
okay,
all
so
of the
I was just saying that
competitors are all just like for like businesses. Cause like it used to be Skype, but now Skype is dead.
Yeah.
And we've got like Zoom and Teams, but those are for like businesses. They're not really like for talking to people outside.
There's nothing stopping you from getting a Zoom client and using it with relatives and stuff. But God, why would you?
Yeah, I'd rather not do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, funny enough, I got relatives who they only talk via Zoom.
Really?
And so I don't have a choice. I kind of have to have Zoom in order to be able to talk to them.
I've had to use it for like meetings and interviews and stuff, but yeah. Other than that, I've never I've never had somebody be like, "I only talk to you on Zoom." I'm like, okay.
I know that there's one work group that I've just recently started working with who they actually got into the 21st century and they use Discord,
Nice.
which is freaking awesome. Although I did make sure to I have my own business Discord account
Yeah.
because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be giving my BitB account over to anybody that I do professional work with.
That's what I would do too. I think if I did had job stuff that actually happened over Discord somehow, I'd get a separate Discord account and just use the browser logged in on
Who
that
the
account.
heck's this three-eyed weirdo? Why is their hair tentacles? And same thing with me, just being like, who's this blue idiot?
The VTuber persona must be it's like our secret identity. We can't let anyone know.
The worst Superman. I've only used Zoom for online classes. Yeah, that's about right.
Hey.
I've used Zoom for medical sessions and stuff like that for doctors and whatnot.
Interestingly enough, the doctors that I've done telehealth with have their own video chat clients. Weirdly enough, I see a therapist over telehealth, and it uses its own video chat app that
I've just noticed that it's not synchronized. I've had some providers that use Zoom, other ones that use their own silly Medical Connect or whatever.
Yeah.
Some proprietary in-house thing.
Yeah, that's what most of my doctors have used when I've done telehealth with them.
I'm pretty handy when it comes to figuring out programs and all of that jazz. But there are certain programs that I've attempted to try and use that just break my system, and I have no idea how or why. I remember there was one time I was trying to get in there, and for whatever reason, it just would not take my webcam for whatever stupid reason.
Huh.
And I ended up finding out the reason why was because I had another piece of software open at the exact same time. That was I guess utilizing the webcam in a specific way. And so I had to close down programs in order for me to be able to use it in this other piece of software. And I don't know if they did that as I don't know, a safety reason, or maybe it was just because the person who either that or the person who coded it made it out of tinfoil and bubblegum.
My guess is the latter. Especially if it was some proprietary thing for the office or whatever.
I talked to my doctor who prescribes my ADHD and anxiety medication. Those are the only times that I use Zoom. Well, luckily, that's one of the main and only times that they will even allow you to do that, because there's no point in going in for a physical appointment for stuff like that if they're not going to be doing a physical examination on you.
Yeah, it's really convenient because the doctor who prescribes my medication, the last time I talked to them, I literally just talked to them for 10 or 15 minutes over the telehealth, and they're like, okay, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a huge waste of everybody's time if I drove out to the office, because all we did was talk for a couple of minutes.
I suppose in the modern era, if the app is made really well for cell phones and stuff, which a lot of those apps are, you don't even need a computer in order to do it. You could just log in via the app and talk with a doctor from your phone.
Yeah, I've done that with my therapist, because when I wasn't feeling well enough after the surgery to actually get on my PC, I just did I did it through their an app on my phone.
Nice. I'm too much of a tryhard though. Like for me, it's just like I've got this really nice computer setup, and also like I've got. So funny enough, I actually do have some studio lights and things like that I can use in the event that I need to have like good lighting on my face. I never freaking use it, but I have it. And then whenever I'm in like, voice calls with family and whatnot, I always get the question from my mom just being like, "How is your picture look so good? I don't understand. Like mine is always so grainy and like, it keeps on like, you know, blurring in and out for some weird reason, and the lighting's like, I look all washed out and white. Meanwhile, you're looking so great." And meanwhile, I'm like, "I know technology, mother." I know what makes them tick. Oh, what's funny though is I use a webcam that I bought way back in 2010. Like, surprisingly, webcam technology has not changed in like 15 years.
Yeah, I always just use the webcam that's built into my laptop. It's been fine. It's worked totally fine. Although I've considered trying to use the other webcam that I have, because sometimes my tracking is a little bit poopy and just makes my model like do all sorts of weird things that I don't want it to do. So I've been meaning to try that, but I feel like it would be harder to get that to have that set up, because I don't really have like a great whole setup. Like my laptop's getting kind of up in years now. It's the only computer I have is a little laptop that I bought in 2019.
Ooh, yeah.
Gaming laptop from 2019. I have a second monitor, but it's a Cintiq. I mean, it functions totally fine as a second monitor, but it's like its function is more to be a drawing tablet than it is to be a second monitor, but it works as one. So, and then like I have like another webcam that I have like on this really weird kind of jury rig setup for online webcam card games. So I'd have to figure out how to get that. I'd have to like jerry rig it to get it to work for to track me for the VTuber possibly. So
I relate a lot to everything you're saying.
Yeah.
I have a lot of just technology that I have cobbled together over many years of collecting technology.
That's kind of when
I did the exact same thing. Like, for the longest time, the monitor that I was using for the stream PC, the one that's actually encoding and putting the stream together to output out to Twitch, the monitor for that was literally just my Huion tablet. That's it.
Dang.
And I only just recently upgraded that to like a proper 4K like display.
Wow.
Mostly because I have to at this point. I'm running out of room. I need more like desktop space.
I need a new desk because like it doesn't have like because I have a laptop, I don't have like one of those things under the desk that you pull out to put the keyboard on. But I would actually really like one of those just to like have to put things on that don't otherwise fit on the desk because it's being taken up by like my mic or my mic or the monitor or my laptop.
Nova said, "Imagine Carl Weezer in a Weezer." I'm sure other people have imagined that. In fact, I think I heard a parody that was exactly that a while ago. Say it ain't so well. No, funny you mentioned that. One thing that I've got, I actually have like a keyboard tray, underneath my desk. Like, I got a fairly decent desk, but then I ran out of room on the top of that, so I went and I got a keyboard tray to handle like secondary keyboards, and that's like,
nice.
Clamped to the underside, and that's worked pretty good for me. Can you buy
like a a keyboard tray for like a desk that doesn't have one?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I might look into that then.
Give me a second. I'm gonna go look up my Amazon. Here, going over to my orders and checking this real quick. So just recently, like I had used this for a really long time, and then it broke on me, so I had to go and get a replacement. Here, let me look up keyboard, and I'm sure I'll probably find it in here. There it is.
Neat. Hit me up with that link.
Here, I'll toss it to you via Discord.
Cool. I pulled up Discord and saw the notification of you going live with the GIF of the cat. And it's just like that's just Yakuza Metro.
Yeah. Train cat.
Train cat.
Anyway, that's what I got. And it does a pretty good job. Though it got real flimsy on the latter end of things. Like, by the end, it was just, like, floppy floopy. Like,
I will send this to my dad, and we will try to figure out if it can work with my desk. Because he's the engineer, and I don't know how to machine things, or...
Oh, this is pretty, like... it's pretty simple. It's, like... It's just, like, a couple of clamps that, like, grab onto the top portion of your desk, and then, like... bang it, and then like the it has two slide bars that are connected via like some ball bearings.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's kind of it.
I see how it works. If I actually click the thing and look at it, I can see how it works. Nice.
So like, as long as your desk is like fairly flat on the top of it, it should work.
I think it is.
Nova says their Costco membership emote is gone. Once again, who has this Costco emote that you're talking about? And like, I'm fairly certain I understand why it's not there. I mean, well, okay. Maybe it's because you like ran out of a subscription to somebody. I don't know. But also,
I do see the Iron Mouse emotes though, and that reminds me of the whole insane. Did we talk about the whole VShojo meltdown?
Oh, I think I did. Yeah. I don't know if, like, I don't think I talked about it here, but that was very depressing.
That was crazy. Just the way the CEO basically just casually admitted to embezzlement. Like,
well, did he admit to embezzlement, or did he just
like,
admit
he basically
that, like...
did. He said, like, yeah, we had funds for the company that were supposed to go to one thing, and instead we spent it on another. And I'm just reading this like, bro, that's called embezzlement.
Right. Well, I'm like, I don't know whether or not he was, like, admitting to specifically the fact that, like, he thought that money was the company's, and then he didn't know that it was for charity. I'm not entirely
There's
sure.
conflicting reports about
I feel
that.
like he might be, like, you know, feigning ignorance for that one.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were saying. It's either like, his story both like didn't add up, and it just didn't make sense that if he didn't know about that, like if he did know about that and was just pretending to be ignorant about it, that's really really scummy. And if he somehow didn't know, then that was just like so ridiculously inept that he shouldn't have been running the company.
So, it's going to be a while before we finally get, like, full actual answers to these questions, since, like, they're currently going to...
There will be some humongous documentary about it at some point.
I'm sure. I mean, like, I've watched Iron Mouse's video on it, and she basically boils it down to just, there's a lot of stuff I can't talk about, because legal, but the second that she can talk about it, she absolutely will. And I'm sure that's the first place that we're going to hear it.
Most likely, yeah.
Either that, or somebody's going to be watching the court hearings, and they will document it, and they will make a video about it.
Like I said, there's
you know,
going to be some multi-hour documentary about it on YouTube, or yeah, probably just YouTube. Although I would love to see a streaming service like actually like produce a documentary about VTubers and just the entire imploding collapse of VShojo. That would be insane.
the whole thing is just disappointing and like
Crazy. Yeah, because like I don't think anybody had, unless you were like really close to that company or the people who were involved in it. Like nobody had any idea that was going on.
I suspect
it just seemed to come out of nowhere.
This is entirely just speculation on my part. But I suspect that this is a company that was in like a downward spiral for a long time, and just nobody knew about it. And
that's
the only people that actively knew about it,
yeah.
The only people that actively knew about it were people that were directly a part of the company. Because like you don't resort to the tactic of taking money from one cause and dropping into another cause without being in some serious hot water.
Yeah. And what's crazy is like I feel like, so I follow a musician and VTuber, Amelie, and she joined VShojo what I feel like was like not even a year ago. So like it didn't feel like it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think if anyone knows in the chat. Like what I don't think she announced that she joined VShojo like I feel like it was less than a year ago, and so the whole like collapse of the company must have happened within like the last 6 to 9 months, because I don't think they would have brought her on if the company was already in dire straits by that point.
Well, they were in a really like I mean so I've heard a couple of rumblings about some of the things and plans that they had down the pipeline, and I'm trying to remember the source that I heard this from. It was from a VTuber that was apparently going to, like, they were going through the process of potentially being onboarded to VShojo. And one of the questions that they were asked is whether or not they would be for or against the idea of being a part of a new generation. And that opens up an interesting possibility. Because it sounds a heck of a lot to me, like, because like the entire like idea behind VShojo was there are no generations. It's just if you're a part of VShojo, you are VShojo. You can you can interact with anybody.
Yeah, there weren't any like teams or groups or there weren't any like teams or groups or generations. Everybody was
so the
just,
fact that they were even opening that up as a possibility is kind of telling me that from a strategic standpoint, it sounds like they weren't doing very well and were looking for a way to get more eyes onto their projects and onto their, onto their agency.
Yeah.
And I feel like...
Or maybe they were even thinking about, like, selling the company to another group that, did want to give the company the more traditional, like, corporate agency VTuber model kind of model.
Possibly selling. I'm more thinking that having a new agency or a new generation is kind of like a major hype move, and it gets people talking about you. I'm assuming that's what they wanted to do. Was like
that would make sense. Yeah, and another reason it's just so crazy to me is because, again, not even about a year ago. I remember this was about a year ago. It might have been more closer to a year and a half now. But last year, sometime in 2024, it was I think it was later in the year too. It was something like the end of the. It was must have been towards the end of the summer or something. And then in that case, it would have been a year ago. But because I remember it was after it wasn't in the spring because I was horribly ill then. About this maybe around this time last year, the VShojo had auditions open, and I was thinking about auditioning.
Spoiler: I did audition.
Oh wow, you did.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't know what the heck they would do with this face. However, at the exact same
They
time,
just make you more anime. That's all. It just be with anime eyes.
I don't know about that. I think like if I were to join an agency like that, I would want to just think I have no idea what kind of talent they're shooting for. I don't know what they're talking about internally. So for me, me auditioning for V Shoujo was more or less just me going, heck it, why not? You know, like you don't get anywhere if you don't do anything. Is kind of my
that was my approach to it too. But and the reason why I didn't is just because other stuff got in the way, and I ended up running out of time. Like I scripted out like I scripted like my audition video. I just never ended up recording it and submitting it in time.
Maybe one day I'll pull the video out of archives and I'll like put it up for people to see. But like
that would be interesting. I'd like to see that.
It's not very impressive. It's not that exciting. It's basically just a whole lot of me talking about myself and trying to keep it succinct to only like a minute or two. Because that's what they were requesting. They wanted it to be only like a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And there's not much to it. It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's literally me just like talking about my philosophies on stuff and how cool it would be to be a part of V Shoujo because I have like, you know, deep respect for a lot of the talent that is currently a part of it. And then like, I don't know, like obviously I didn't end up getting a follow-up call on that one, so I'm fairly certain I am not what they were looking for.
I'm fairly certain whoever auditioned for them out of that, probably nobody got a call back considering what happened.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know, because I remember that there was a lot of...
Because, yeah, I remember now, Amelie joined after that. So it was definitely, less than a year ago that she joined VShojo, and then within a year, it completely collapses, so that's just insane.
One of the biggest criticisms that I saw when it came to VShojo's, like, onboarding was the fact that VShojo tended to lean towards talent that was already pre-established.
Oh, yeah, there was a joke. I heard some friends of mine joke about it, how it was the VTuber retirement home. Because like everybody there was already like really established and basically already like a really established indie or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel, and the scary part about that is that I think, all right, so this information I remember getting from a video of Shy Lily that I watched. And Shy Lily, I will say, like, I don't watch a heck of a lot of Shy Lily, but just from, like, the way that she spoke about the whole situation and, like, what she knows about the VTubing community and, like, the VTubing, well, the business, as it were, she is very wise. Like, ridiculously wise. Because she was talking about, like, she was apparently, like, you know, one of the people that was lined up to become, like, a member of VShojo at one point. And she read through the contract, and she prefaced it by saying that, like, hey, just a heads up, like, just because I personally don't like a contract doesn't inherently mean that it's a bad contract. It just means that it wasn't right for me. So, you know, we're not trying to we're not trying to slander the VShojo lawyers or anything like that. This is purely just I didn't like the contract and that's just me. But she went into detail about the issues with the contract, and there were a couple of them, including like apparently before you even like were handed a contract, you were shown this big old presentation of all of the things that VShojo provides you. And these are some wild and crazy things, like, you know, music, shows, help with your, help with hardware, help with travel, help with like all of these crazy things. And it sounds like too good to be true. It sounds like freaking amazing. And, they use previous things that they did in the past as proof of being like, see, this is something that we do for our talent. But the thing that Shy Lily noticed, and it's one thing that she noted down, was that nowhere in the contract did it say in writing that any of this stuff was promised. None of it. It was like presented to you as something.
It's presented to you as something they can give you. It's just not necessarily something they might give. They will give you,
but they will not promise that to you. And she said, like, that was very interesting. And like her philosophy is, if they're going to promise you something like that, you put that shit in the contract.
That makes sense.
And the other thing, and I think this is the part that like pretty much like ruins it for like anybody who would want to potentially join. For as much as a lot of people have said that the revenue sharing is like fairly decent at VShojo, it's not. It's absolutely not. According to Shy Lily, I will say. I guess the amount that they share is like it's like a 50-50 split, which for Shy Lily, she specifically said that shit, it should be like 80-20, maybe like 70-30. They should not be taking that gigantic
that's
a cut of your
lot. Yeah.
And so I think there were a couple of other things that she mentioned. She had problems with the contract, but I personally don't remember them. I do know that, like, from my personal, like, my personal view of it, from like somebody who stands back about it, or actually, I don't know, me standing back and watching the whole thing go on, my interpretation of it is, a lot of this stuff could probably be pulled off without having an agency. It's just the agency makes it a heck of a lot easier to do, and it helps out a little bit when it comes to networking. Like,
yeah. So now I'm almost wondering if the whole reason just Amelie joined is because she didn't really need them. She might have just joined as just like as kind of an excuse to like do collaborations with other people in VShojo easier. Is like almost what I'm thinking.
It could be. I mean, it would certainly make collaborations easier. Though, I think the one thing that has kind of bugged the ever-loving heck out of me over the course of the entire, like, debacle of VShojo is that, and this is a long-time frustration that I've had. It's that, like, the second that a member of VShojo leaves, it just seems like you never hear from them again. Or at least, like, not from, like, VShojo's standpoint. Like, it just seems like everybody a part of the agency just has a, like, do not operate with thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like they are instructed specifically, like, hey, this person's no longer affiliated with VShojo, and it'd be awkward if you did any collaborations with them.
Yeah,
and then just, like, you never... That was... And it's like, that these people are probably still friends behind the scenes. And unfortunately, just, you can never see that.
Yeah.
Case in point, one thing that actually made me very happy, and it was something that I kind of assumed might happen, is that there have now been some collaborations between Iron Mouse and Nanners again.
Oh, nice.
Which, like, if you don't know who
I think I saw that. I am
Iron Mouse obviously is like, or Iron Mouse was like the big number one person a part of VShojo, and Nanners,
yeah, she was like the face of the company almost.
Nanners was also another face of the company, yeah.
Yeah.
But she left, and that's really sad because you never got any kind of indication that like any animosity was was cropping up when they when the separation happened. But then you saw like all the collaborations just ceased. Well,
Yeah,
they've
then
recently
she
been doing
probably,
a
like,
bunch of
wasn't allowed.
collaborations with. They've been doing a bunch of Peak collaborations and stuff.
Yeah, I did see. I did see like the posts and stuff about that because I am subscribed to Nanners.
Nanners is an interesting little ball of mental illness.
She's hilarious. I've been following her for like a really, really long time.
I've been following, like, from a distance with a shield.
I think the first time I
It's just
found her
like,
was
what crazy shit is gonna happen on her stream now?
I think how I found her was like she did like this. She did a cover of "Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy" in like her like cutesy voice.
Oh dear God!
So it sounded like a 10-year-old anime girl like singing it, and it was just that I just thought that was the funniest shit.
I'm trying to remember.
She's actually like a really good singer.
I think I initially learned about Nyanners literally from VShojo. Like, I heard that VShojo was a thing that was started, and then I went and I took a look at the lineup of everybody, and I went, "Ha, you're funny."
She is funny.
Actually, I remember. I think one of my personal favorite videos was her doing Power Wash Simulator. Actually, I'm gonna go fucking ape shit. And then started making monkey noises.
It's been a long time. I should look those up again.
Head to BRB. What did I miss? We're currently talking about
VShojo and VTubers.
And the unfortunate, the unfortunate case of the money and embezzlement.
The unfortunate case of VShojo just imploding.
Mm-hmm.
They were the telltale games of VTuber agencies.
I don't know if that's a good comparison. I don't know. Like, Telltale definitely imploded, but that's because they grew, like, way too fast. I feel like... I mean, definitely, they both failed because of mismanagement. For sure.
Mm-hmm.
It was very different mismanagement, though.
Yeah, very
Telltale,
different.
like, Telltale had, like, genuine, like, really big dreams of expansion. Meanwhile, I don't know what the... I guess we'll see what the heck they were thinking when we finally, like... When we finally open up the casket of VShojo and, like, do an autopsy.
To be perfectly honest, I'm kind of just expecting it was something as boring as the CEO was just really incompetent and didn't know how to run a business.
That kind of is how I, imagine it probably went. Heck, like, one of the things that keeps on being criticized by people, which, like, who knows whether or not this was one of the, like, acting reasons why they lost all their money, but there was a period where they had advertisements in, like, main, like, I think it was like subway areas in Japan, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's funny because somebody actually actively looked up how much it costs to have an advertisement there, and they determined that, like, it's a fuck ton. And everybody, okay, not everybody, but this particular person asked the question, why the heck are you putting so much money into advertising for an American VTuber association in Japan?
Well, I know
that they have Japanese, like, talent a part of VShojo. So, like, you alright over there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was just my PC, sorry.
What the heck is your PC doing?
Whenever it gets unplugged or plugged in, it makes a horrible beeping noise.
That was terrible.
I just nudged it a bit, and it was like, "Oh, I'm unplugged, and now I'm replugged, and now I'm gonna beep like a jerk." So, sorry about
that. Nova says, "Ow, do it again."
No. So the thing, I guess I'm thinking, like, so Hololive is a Japanese agency, but they have English talent. So I guess they're and it's not, and that English talent is watched by not just people in the West, because the whole point of it is that it's English talent, it's not Western talent, because all of the folks who because all of the English talent for Hololive do still live in Japan and stream on like Japanese time zones and do like and still do like events and stuff for Japan and Japanese companies and like yeah, like Calliope Mori is signed to like Warner Music Japan. So they're English speaking VTubers, but they're still like with the Japanese company. So I guess the idea behind them is that they're marketed toward English speakers in Japan and also just like anyone else in around the world who is able to watch their streams and speaks English. So
I suppose.
I don't know. So maybe that was what they were kind of trying to go for by advertising V Shoujo talent in Japan. Is the only thing I can think. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a particularly good use of money.
I think, in my opinion, by itself, I don't think it's a necessarily bad thing to try and advertise your agency in a different country. Especially if the country in question has a market that would be interested in what you have to offer. Like, and clearly they do. Like you mentioned, Hololive advertises their English talent over there just fine, and they're fine. But like, I think when you're in a circumstance where you're having problems with money, which clearly, like, V Shoujo was in some capacity, you need to be a little bit more selective about how you decide to spend it. And I just get this suspicion that they weren't.
Yeah. Like, I honestly think this explanation seems kind of boring, but like, why do most businesses go under and fail? It's just because their management doesn't know how to properly manage them. And their CEOs don't know how to run the company. And they spend money on things they shouldn't, and then they run out of money, and then that's the end of their business. So I honestly think that's just what happened with Bishojo, probably.
I'm trying to remember. There was like another car. Oh, there was a thing with like a car. They had like a car wrapped with like V Shoujo talent on it, and some other people were talking about that too, just being like, "Did you really need to cover a car with V Shoujo?" It's
like that's less expensive than printing out ads on a Japanese subway. Yeah, but still.
It's the sentiment. It's the whole like, why are you trying to show off?
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have the money to flex to be able to show off at this moment.
Yeah, it wasn't the best investment.
Trying to remember like what else I remember about the Shoujo situation. Can I invite a friend to your server? I mean, if they're interested in coming into the server, they're more than more than welcome to come on in. They got to get onboarded the exact same way as everybody else, though. Use !Discord and you can get the link. I think, as long as that still works. It's been a very long time since anybody's used that link.
I don't recall anyone ever using it in my chat, so...
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I think... Ah, there it is. Thank you, Nova. I don't remember what currently... Oh, yeah, okay, it's sound alerts, apparently. I swapped over from, frig, what was the other thing?
Stream Elements.
Stream Elements... Yeah, thank you. Stream Elements to sound alerts, apparently. Okay, I'm having a very hard time looking for this frickin' window, wherever it is. Is that what I'm looking for? Oh, wait. Plug sockets. Oops. There we go. And apparently I missed the roof panels. That's interesting.
Ow, my foot.
Ah. Ow, jeez.
Is...
What kind of pain are we talking? Like, is it,
It's so like in my toes and in my instep, it's like stiff and sore and like it feels like the muscles in it are just like inflamed or something like that. It hurts. It does not feel good.
I can't imagine it would. Okay, what am I? Bench seat divider. God! So much to clean on this frickin' train. I like trains, says Pierce. Hello!
I like trains too. I would like
I
to
like
ride
them when
on
I'm
one.
not cleaning them. Frickin' so bad.
Hi, Pierce. How's it going?
Hope things are good. Hey, have you heard of the Alec Trains kid? Pretty cool, but there might be something wrong with him. I remember that song.
There's a song.
Yeah, it was from the Asduf movies.
Oh yeah.
Really hope I don't get carpal tunnel because I don't want to have to stop drawing.
You should get one of those artist gloves.
Yeah, artist glove would be nice. Also looking up like good stretches for hands and stuff.
Yeah, hand stretches and hand exercises to help with carpal tunnel and an artist glove. Those are very helpful. I may also recommend, if you are on a computer a lot, an ergonomic mouse and a mouse pad that has one of those like the wrist is like the bottom of it is like raised up and soft, so like when you put your hand on it, it's like your wrist is raised up on a nice soft thingy. I don't know what you call them, but it's like
I call them wrist rests.
Wrist rest mouse pads, yeah.
I switched to Joy-Con.
Ergonomic mice are also really nice. A YouTuber I watch mentioned using an ergonomic mouse like some years ago, and so I bought one too. And I'm like, this is so nice. I don't know how I ever use the what most people think of as a standard computer mouse. Ergonomic mouses are so much better. They're so much more comfortable.
I'm curious what kind of ergonomic mouse you got.
Let me take a photo of it, actually.
Ooh. Yeah, go for it. You've been playing Castlevania Rondo of Blood. Ooh, nice. Especially once you unlock the girl in the pink dress. What? Can't afford to get carpal tunnel because we can't afford surgery. Yeah, and not a lot of people can. Can you say this is your training arc, says Lord of Zombies? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Also, hold on a second. That's not even the first image. That's not even the first message that you sent in chat. Ow! Oh, also, Roskal just recently followed my channel. Thank you very much for that. I have absolutely no idea whether or not that's... Oh, yeah! He show up in the corner over there. It's kind of obscured, though. Whoops. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the silliness. We're currently not talking about anything super, silly at the moment, though. We were talking about the whole, like, V Shoujo implosion.
I posted pictures of it in the image share. Keep in mind it's kind of old and worn down because I've just never had the need to replace it. The parts in it are so simple that it's like it never breaks. So it'll last you a very, very long time. But yeah, there it is. and also
Ooh.
my
It
mouse
kind of looks
pad
like a
with
shark
the-
tooth.
Yeah, it's kind of shark tooth shaped.
Very neat.
It's quite nice. You hold it, so like on a regular mouse, you're kind of putting your hand with like where your thumb's off to the, it's just like you just like put your hand down on it, and then your fingers are all like on the top. On an ergonomic mouse, you kind of hold it on the side, so your fingers are, so like I hold it with my right hand, so my thumb's like holding it on the left side of it, and then my other four fingers are on the left side, and then you click the mouse on the left side.
I getcha. Ooh.
It's quite good. I highly recommend it. Like I said, I used it. I switched over because this guy on YouTube just said like I use an ergonomic mouse and it's awesome. You should try it. And so I checked it out and I did. And I'm like, wow, he was right. I will never use a regular other kind of computer mouse ever again. Because it just feels so nice.
All hail Jar Jar Binks, says Nova.
The Dark Jar Jar.
Hooray! My Buzz Lightyear OC is an illegal alien experiment with 9 eyes and 4 arms. That sounds like it would work in that environment, yeah. Where is that door lock that I apparently need to clean? Where? Is it in inner lock? Inner cab door lock B. Which one of these is the A train and which one's the B train? Is this A? A. B. Okay. She and Zurg have a Wanderer and Lord Hater dynamic. Jar Jar is hilarious. If only it was canon. There it is.
And it was canon before everybody hated Jar Jar, and then they decided, no, how about we don't make him a villain, even though everyone probably would have loved that.
Now I'm trying to remember, where is that canon now? Is it like a Fortnite thing?
So, it's basically been proven at this point that Jar Jar was supposed to have actually been evil all along in the original version of whatever the second prequel movie was called again, Clone Wars, I think, Attack of the Clones, I think. But everybody hated Jar Jar so much that they kind of just dropped that plot line and then like made what his character would be into some totally different character instead.
I kind of wish they kept on going with it.
I know! I think
Making
that's what they should have done, because you take this character that everybody hates, and then you find out, and then your twist in the movie is, guess what? He was evil the whole time. Everyone would have loved that. That might have that might have saved the prequels.
Did you guys know Michael Jackson almost played Jar Jar Binks? Is that true?
Yeah, and the Lego Star Wars. Oh yeah, and the Lego Star Wars.
I was not aware of this. That's crazy. He passed on the role? I can't imagine why.
Gee, I
this
can't
really
imagine
annoying
why.
character? Pass. Outer vestibule door frame. Train inspection. How did everyone like Gamescom? I did not actively watch Gamescom, but I saw all the news about Gamescom flood in, so I feel like I watched it. Like, social media basically exploded. Yeah, Silk Song is real! Holy shit, it's happening!
It's really happening!
Take your places! Take your places! It's real! It's happening!
Oh my god, it's really happening!
Holy freaking crap.
What's that gif of Steve Carell in The Office? It's like, oh my god, it's happening! Everyone stay calm!
Everyone stay calm! Everyone stay calm! Oh yeah, Silk Song's also happening. Pierce says Bubsy 4D was the highlight somehow.
What the heck is Bubsy 4D? Is it a remake or is it a new game?
It's a new game.
Good lord.
Do you know Bubsy 3D?
Yes. Unfortunately.
This is basically not a spiritual sequel, it's a straight up sequel.
Good lord. Why?
Good question. I couldn't tell you. But I do know that the person who made it has like officially said that he's adding tank controls in as an option in case you want that hell.
Oh dear.
I don't know. As a 3D platformer aficionado.
Wait, is Sean Shiplock seriously voicing him?
Yeah,
Hold
actually,
on.
I think I heard about that.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on.
I think you just activated the sleeper cell.
I'm checking his voiceover announcements.
I seem to recall. I don't follow him on Blue Sky, I don't think, but I saw one of his Blue Sky posts go past my my feed, and I do believe he said that like he is going to be the voice. It looks unironically good now. I would give it a shot. Yeah.
I'm looking at his voiceover announcements, and I haven't seen... It would have been from this month. So... No, there's nothing there on his voiceover announcements, so where was it announced?
Give me a second. I'm gonna go find it real quick. Okay, first of all, Sean Shiplock is currently retweeting a ton of Bubsy shit right now. Including some interesting ones. Ooh. Oh, Pierce, did you send it to me?
Oh my god, it is him. Hold on, I need to watch this trailer now. I saw it linked, but I did not watch it.
Here,
so give me just a second.
Pierce just sent this to me in DMs. I'll go ahead and post it in here too. In what is quite possibly the funniest possible outcome of this entire scenario, the guy with a username based partially on Sonic the Hedgehog, whose mentor literally voices Sonic the Hedgehog, has become an official voice for Bubsy. That is incredible.
Yeah, just the first couple seconds I'm like, yeah, that's Sean. This is sure a timeline we're living in. Oh my god.
Right. Are we in the cursed or the blurst timeline? Roskal said, I had to deal with high school with... 7 years. I feel you too. You were in high school for 7 years? Yeah, that can happen, man. If you got to be held back a grade or if you need to be there for a little bit longer... I have nightmares of, like, waking up and basically being told, hey, so it turns out these last grades that you did, yeah, they didn't count. You have to go back and do, like, high school all over again. It is a very scary nightmare, because I'm just like, God, no! I don't want another year of this garbage! Safety chain. Is it this guy?
Okay, I watched the trailer. My God, I am so glad. So there was another new Bubsy game before this, and it tried really, really hard to lean into the whole, oh, Bubsy is a meme. Everyone hates Bubsy. Look at how stupid and obnoxious Bubsy is. It really tried to, like, you know, be very ironic about that. I'm on the phone. And it was just ended up being annoying. It was trying to be self-aware to the point where it just wasn't funny. It didn't work. It felt like a very how do you do fellow kids kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
This new game. Should be quiet. I'm on the phone.
You asked for this. So
Okay, I'm so sorry. Please just ignore everything you just heard.
We barely heard anything, so he's fine.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, no, I'm okay. So, continuing off what I was saying a second ago, and when there was nothing else between what I said just a second ago and now, this new game, none of that whatsoever. It's literally saying, hey, yeah, everything Bubsy was before, completely forget all of it. It never happened. We're trying to start fresh. We're just taking it all new. They're having the Bubsy 3D skin. It's like literally when you select it, the game screams. So that, okay, that's funny. Like, that's funny. Like, that's how you do that kind of like, oh god, look at our history was so awful and cringy. Like, that's how you do it. But it's not leaning into it so much that it feels like obnoxious in and of itself. It feels much more like we're genuinely trying to reboot and start over and just be like a fun, silly little mascot platformer game.
I certainly hope that it's going to be a good mascot platformer game, because, like, God, it's been way too long.
Like, because, like, even Bubsy's new personality, it's like, he's quippy, but not, like, annoyingly so. He's just like, do any of these outfits come with pants? Like, that made me chuckle. That was cute.
No, you're a mascot individual, and mascots don't wear pants.
Like, this is good. Like, I'm very cautiously optimistic about this. I think this is going where if I get Bubsy's like supposed to be like Atari's mascot, right?
I don't think it's Atari. I think it's oh shoot. I used to know this. Acclaim? Was it Acclaim?
Well, the new game is Atari and Fabraz, so...
Accolade's mascot, but Atari owns Accolade now. Oh, there we go.
Okay, that makes sense. So, like, yeah, I guess it's supposed to be that company's mascot. If that company is, like, insists on keeping them alive, I think this is the perfect direction to go with it. Is to just, like... To basically says what it says in the trailer. It's just like, yeah, forget about all that. And if we're gonna acknowledge it at all, we're gonna be like, no, look at it was so horrible. Don't look at it. Or just like, or like, yeah, I love it when like the fact when you select the Bubsy 3D skin, the game screams. It's like oh no, why?
Refresh my memory. What is Demon Tides?
It's very funny. I've not heard of Demon Tides.
Okay, this is really ominous. Darcy has said, "You have come." What? Why? I just started. Please purge my work of this dirt. My imposter syndrome made manifest. Okay. All right. On it, boss. Yes, you guessed correctly. I have done this to myself. What? Did you mess up your own artwork? What the heck is that? Are you on the phone? Nova, what the heck is this?
Oh no, sorry, that was the Demon Tides, the music from the Demon Tides trailer.
Oh, I was very confused for a second. I was like, what the heck is
Sorry.
happening? Also, I called you Nova for a second. Sorry, Ziso. Dead naming you. I'm terrible.
No, you can still call me Nova. It just gets confusing when Nova Star is also in the chat because it's like, which Nova are you talking about?
Right. I'm trying to be good about that.
Oh, speaking of demos, I heard about one for...
I don't know why, but that music reminded me of just like, there are no operatives available sorry, joke failed. Anyway, please hold while other operators are busy.
I don't think that we can be twins when I'm old enough where I could theoretically be your parent, Nova Star.
Meep.
Meep.
God, I'm trying to remember. There was another computer I had that made like a very similar noise, and I forget what it was that did that. I think it was like if you tried to press any of the function buttons while you were not booted into Windows, it would just make a horrible screeching noise similar to that. It's like, meep!
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I wish if I knew how or why, I would turn it off, but I don't.
I assume it's probably something in, like, the BIOS or whatever the heck.
Maybe.
That would require going, like, deep into your computer. Also, you could adopt me. I don't want children.
Neither do I. And like I said, I'm the one still trying to get adopted because I would literally do anything not to have to live with my parents. Because as you just heard, they are very, very rude when I'm trying to talk to people or stream or anything like that, and, don't just see that I'm, busy talking to people who can hear me and other things in the room, who can hear other things in the room, and don't just, leave and come back later, would be the polite thing to do.
Yeah, it does suck. The Double Fine game where you play as a lighthouse? I'm sorry? I've not heard of this.
Nova Star, you are not even... You're like 14.
Right.
I don't think you could even adopt I don't think you could even adopt a pet.
Technically, maybe with some
I think you have to be don't you have to be 18 to actually if you go to adopt a pet at a pet store, you have to get the signature or approval or somebody over 18 or who's a legal adult.
That's
to sign the paperwork.
I haven't thought about that in a long time. You might be right.
I'm pretty sure.
Here, I'm gonna check out what this is. The Keeper Shall Awaken, Double Fine. That's freaking cool looking.
What the heck?
Set in a post-human world after our time on the Earth has long since passed. And you play.
Oh, you're like a mutant monster lighthouse. Oh, that's so cool. With crab legs.
That's metal as hell. Yeah, honestly, more games like this, please. I don't want funny FPS shooter number 497.
Leave it to Double Fine to do something just super weird and bizarre and cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks pretty sick.
I dare you to quote Cosmo.
Creative lead was the art director for Brutal Legend.
That's cool.
Cool.
I could see it. Like, it definitely looks sort of brutal legendy.
Yeah, more like surreal though, and like
Absolutely, yeah.
post-apocalyptic as opposed to heavy metal.
Oh yeah, yesterday marks the 1-year anniversary of Concord. That's unfortunate.
Oh no.
By the way, has there been anybody who's like actively tried to like restore Concord?
No.
I mean, I'm not interested. It's just I'm just kind of I'm curious if anybody would be interested. I don't think anyone cares. That is
No,
really
the game just wasn't really good enough.
Ah, man. I do know that, a friend of mine just recently sent me a video, and I guess there is a restoration project currently going on for the game Battleborn.
Oh yeah, Battleborn was really good.
Battleborn had so much potential to be amazing if it weren't for the fact that, like, okay, a couple of things. Number one, Gearbox, like, really fumbled their release. And number two, Overwatch happened.
Basically.
And it's
The game that Overwatch killed.
Like, me and a bunch of my friends were like massive fans of Borderlands 2, so we figured, like, dude, this is too big to fail. Like, this sounds like it's gonna be freaking awesome. So we went and we picked up Battleborn, each of us, and we played a few rounds of it, and we really enjoyed the campaign that we played. And like, we tried out the PvE stuff, and the PvE was like, it was really dry and not much to it, so we didn't really like the PvE. But yeah, then Overwatch happened, and like there was no saving.
Destroyed any chance of it being successful. Yeah. Like, if not for Overwatch, I feel like that game would have gotten a lot better as time went on. Like, the PvE would have really improved.
Right.
But yeah, because Overwatch happened, it had just absolutely no chance.
Well, the entire crux of the existence of that game centered around the idea that it would end up being successful. Like, and I mean, for everything, to a certain extent, that is the case. But it was especially true of Battleborn.
Yeah.
It
had the plan, it went in with the plan of, okay, this game's gonna do well, and then we're just gonna keep, supporting and improving it and, making it better over the years to come. Except it didn't do well enough to do that.
Yeah. There's one other game that was shown off at Gamescom. I think it was noteworthy. Okay. Which one? I'm pulling up the YouTube video. Oh, yeah! Dench Attack. Frickin' bus game. Or what the heck?
What the heck? What's this, like, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but you're a bus?
I think the comparison that Pierce said was, it's like, it's like somebody took the aesthetic and style of, frickin'... Brain, please help. Please work.
It reminds me a little of Katamari.
Ah, yeah, Jet Set Radio, but you are a train. Oh, T-Lopes posted it. What the fuck?
Oh, that's funny.
Why did he get the... Wait, why is he allowed to do that? Why was he the one that got the clearance to post that trailer? I mean, obviously he's probably the musician on here. Is he also, like, one of the coders?
Maybe he's one of the producers.
I'm curious about that. Huh.
Oh, I was saying earlier, this game has a demo too. Check out a game called what was frick, I already forgot the name. Hold on. Unbeatable.
Unbeatable.
It is a rhythm game with like just amazing anime style animation. It's the tagline. It is the rhythm game where music is illegal and you do crimes.
Heck yeah.
And it has all of this amazing anime style artwork, and has a demo out now, and it looks freaking awesome. Here, I put a link to it in the chat.
Oh, I think I saw something about this. Let me see if there's a. Can I pop this up on the screen real quick? There we go. That way you can kind of see what I'm watching here.
It's a part of my life, and you're just a part of my life.
Yeah, my college buddy of mine linked me this earlier today, and I'm just like, yo, this looks so sick. I have to wishlist it.
And I can't get rid of you.
Neato. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know,
I
right?
don't play a lot of rhythm games, but that one looks freaking slick.
It looks so dope. And the animation's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree. I wonder, like, who's the studio that's making the animation?
Might just be the game development studio themselves. Cause like that's what Team Cherry does all the animation for Hollow Knight and Silksong.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's all just in house.
Speaking of which, do we have a tally for how many indie games decided to postpone for the month of September? Do we have a direct tally yet? I'd be curious to see that. 3
Well,
so
if they're
far.
late September, No Straight
Oh my
Roads
God.
too. Yeah, more or less. Oh wait, no, there actually will. You're saying there actually will be a No Straight Roads too. Okay, I was officially enough. Oh, that's interesting because the original game, I really liked the idea behind it, but the gameplay I heard was kind of not as good as it could have been. Like it didn't quite come together in terms of the gameplay. Hopefully now that it's getting a sequel, hopefully they work out the kinks with that, and hopefully the gameplay in the sequel is a little better.
I think the reason why I never touched No Straight Roads 1 was because I think it initially came out as an Epic exclusive. And around that time, I was being my butthurt self, just being like, no, I want to use Steam.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it was about. Though I do have an Epic account now.
Yeah, I had one because Outer Worlds originally came out as an Epic exclusive, so I had to get one for that.
Oh, really? The
Yeah.
final mix version is on Steam now. Nice, okay. But the issue is that, like, you know, they finally released the game on Steam, roughly around the exact same time that, like, a bunch of other games that I am also interested in are currently available. Or, like, at a time when I've completely forgotten that the game exists. And therein becomes the big problem. Like, I remember the The only reason why I've gone and picked up like an Epic account is because a PC building simulator never made the jump over to Steam, and I've kind of just given up on that game ever making the jump.
Rip.
Was it worth it? I don't know. For that very short period of time where I had that hyperfixation, maybe. Possibly.
Speaking of which, I am really looking forward to Outer Worlds 2. Hopefully that's not also Epic exclusive when it first releases.
There's
It would
gonna
be
an
really
Outer
nice if
Worlds
it
2?
actually came out on... Yeah, it got announced a while back. I don't know when it's coming out, though. Let me look it up again.
I have Outer Worlds, but I never played it.
Oh, it's so good! It's not... I will admit, it's not Fallout New Vegas, but it's close. It's pretty good. It's really good. My main complaint with it is the fact that it only has 2 endings. I really feel like it should have had more. But the developers could only do so much with what... It was really only like a AA project. You can tell there was a lot of stuff they had to cut out. Like, a lot of there's a city that you go to towards the end of the game where there's, like, a lot of stuff that clearly, like, was supposed to be there, but was obviously cut because they didn't have time to finish it. So... It's a little unfortunate. You can tell the game is, like, in a way, like, they had to cut out a lot of things that they clearly wanted to have and just didn't have the time or resources to include. I'm hoping that's not as much of a problem with the sequel. But yeah, it's still a really good game. It's got a lot of the heart of New Vegas, so... pre-purchase Outer Worlds on Steam.
Outer Worlds
Yeah.
and Outer Wilds confused. You know?
Yeah. A lot of people do. October 29th! Oh wow, that's really soon. I didn't think it was this year. I thought it was like early next year.
Heck.
Damn, I gotta go back and... I actually never played the DLCs for the first one because by the time they came out, I had just like moved on to other stuff. So maybe I should do that between now and Halloween, because it comes out like 2 days before.
I know what happened. My Twitch mobile was playing another stream in the background of me watching this stream. What now? Your Twitch mobile? It's playing 2 streams at once? How the heck does that work? That's why it was so loud on my end. Frig! Why? Why must you abuse me like this? Trying to do tech support here. Oh, the music. Okay, that makes sense. Music's a pretty decent volume on my end. Fun fact for anybody who doesn't know, I'm constantly hearing the output of my stream through my ears. Yes, that does include my voice. I'm constantly sentence jammed. So if I ever make a mistake while talking, it's probably because of that. You're going to be either Lewis Pepper or Lord Betrayus this year for Halloween. Refresh my memory.
Oh, that's sick!
Where do they come from? What is that from?
Oh, if you cosplay Betrayus, please send me a photo. Please send me pics. I have never seen anybody cosplay him, and I would love to see someone try.
I either don't know them or I know them and I've forgotten them. What are they?
Lewis Pepper is from the Mystery Skulls animated music videos.
Oh, okay.
You've seen those, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he's the ghost guy.
Yeah.
He is the ghost in the ghost song. Yeah, and Lord Betrayus is from Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures.
Gotcha, okay.
Which we had that really funny conversation about that one time.
Yeah, I remember that.
On the
oh yeah,
I think
the
it was
Lego
Rob-
Batman game.
Oh yeah, a YouTuber I follow was like gushing the heck over that. He's like, I can't believe he was like a big fan of the Arkham games, so he's like, I can't believe this most anticipated game of mine now is a freaking Lego game because it literally looks like a Lego Arkham game. And he was just like watching the gameplay of it and like gushing over, and it was so funny seeing him gush over him because it's like it's just a Batman Arkham game but Lego.
Who is the developer for the new game?
For Lego Batman?
Yeah.
TNT Games, apparently?
TT Games? Holy shit.
TNT Games? Wait, is that Traveler's
they
Tales?
still make the Lego games?
Wait, is that the same? Because it was TNT Games. Is that it's still? Oh wow, okay. I had no idea. I didn't know they changed their name.
They're called TNT.
Yeah, I know
games
Traveler's Tales. I didn't know they were called TNT Games now. That's wild.
Well, they've been
That's
TT
awesome.
games for a while.
I had no idea.
Holy crap. That's a name I have not heard in a long time. Well, shit, now I have to play a Lego Batman game. TT Fusion. Yeah. I remember that name. I thought, like, that's like a secondary studio, though, right? I just know that, like, I've known that they were TT games for as long as I personally remember. I knew them, like, after they were called, like, Traveler's Tale. I just know that, like, they have had the Lego franchise for a very, very long time. I remember when they were the Sonic 3D Blast guys. Oh my god. These are ancient grounds.
You're speaking of the ancient texts.
You would love the first one, I guarantee, or the second one. Okay. I know that, like, I really enjoyed playing Lego City Undercover when it originally came out. Despite the fact that I look back on it now, and I remember that, like, the jokes were really good, and the missions were really fun. The overworld stuff was very dry, and there wasn't much to it. And I think that was the last major Lego game that I played, mostly because I was just like, I don't really feel like playing any new Lego games.
I don't know if I've ever played a Lego game.
Really?
I feel like I might have
Oh.
once at like a friend's house or something, but
I believe we
I don't
talked
think
about
I've
this at
ever,
one
like-
point, if I remember right. And I believe I said something about how, like, I'm going to, like, sit you down and force you to play Lego Island.
oh, that would be awesome. I've heard that game's really good, actually.
It was really good for its time. Nowadays, there's not much to it. It's pretty empty and, you know, devoid of much of anything. But at the time, it was just like, oh my god, you can do this with a computer? Fun fact, a bunch of really smart individuals managed to decompile Lego Island not too long ago. And they have officially started making ports, like, for a bunch of different platforms. One of
that's
them
awesome.
being browser.
Oh, nice.
Like, there's a website that you can go to that is literally just, you get to play Lego Island, and that's it.
Oh, that's sick.
And I'm sitting here, and I'm just, like, waiting for the cease and desist to drop.
I don't know. Is it like still the kind of thing that the company who made it would care about if they even still exist?
Well, Lego technically still owns the rights to Lego Island. And funny enough, I think I remember I was watching a video by kind of like the head Lego Island aficionado, his Matt KC. And he did a documentary about how he and a bunch of the people, like, decompiled Lego Island, and he said that while they were decompiling it, they were actively in talks with the original creators of the code, including, like, they were trying to dissect and figure out who even has the rights to Lego Island at this point. Like, you would think it would be Lego themselves, and you would think that they would have access to the source code. But it's more complicated than that. Like, okay, so Lego Island and Lego might own it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have like a vault of code sitting somewhere in the back of their storage or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
somebody has the source code, just nobody knows who. And apparently, while they were working on the documentary and while they were working on decompiling, they finally managed to figure out who has it.
Oh.
I forget who it was, but they got in contact with them to ask them if it would be okay if they released the source code, and they actively said no.
Aw.
And so they're like, well, okay, that's our answer. Not that
That's
it
sad.
matters because they managed to decompile it themselves, so it's out there now.
That reminds me of like when there was some people that I knew who were trying to bring back. Does anybody remember the Cartoon Network MMO Fusion Fall?
No, I don't. What year would this have been?
It was the super sick. It was literally it was like a shared universe Cartoon Network MMO, where like all the Cartoon Network characters like existed in the same universe, and it had like but it was all like in like for the shared universe, it was like everybody was in like anime style artwork, so it was like the Cartoon Network anime shared universe. It was really wild, and basically there was like all of them trying to fight like this alien invader, and you just like make your character and then you go the shared anime Cartoon Network universe and team up with all these characters and you do MMO things and like raids and all that stuff, and it was super awesome and fun. And unfortunately it has been dead for a number of years, but some people were trying to resurrect it. So they basically like reverse engineered the code and were able to like get it working again by reverse engineering like 20-year-old Unity engine code. It was crazy. And they even figured it out where they could actually add new content to the game that like wasn't in there originally. They could add new items and new content.
Rad.
It was so cool. And then like a couple of months after this happened, after they brought it back, Cartoon Network sent them a cease and desist, and they had to shut it down.
Yeah, that unfortunately.
And we were all very upset because Cartoon Network hasn't done anything with Fusion Fall in like 15 years. So
right. It's my property to sit on and do nothing with.
It was so upsetting because it's like you're not gonna make a new version of it. You're not gonna do anything with the, with the project. Why can't you just let people have their?
Well, because they want to have like they want to have like you move over to the new project. They want you to go and play like.
There is none.
Stuff.
But there is none.
But there is none. You killed all your websites. There's no entertainment on your websites anymore.
For 15 years.
Oh, I know, right?
It's so sad because I actually played like the new server that they made for it that had the new content.
Darn.
And it was really cool because they were able to add like stuff for Cartoon Network shows that like didn't exist at the time. Like they added in some new items that were references to Villainous, which was only a thing in like the last 7-8 years. So
freaking cool.
It was really, really awesome. And I'm just so upset that Cartoon Network had to be a big jerk about it. Mm-hmm. It's like, if you're not gonna make a new Fusion Fall game, then leave the old one alone and just let people do what they want with it.
Well, Cartoon Network is owned by Warner, correct?
Yeah.
Warner can get stuffed.
They can.
Stuffed. Also, that we did have a little bit of a weird stream hiccup just recently.
Oh! That's where I know them from, Pierce. Is not Wrath of Cortex, the one after that, Crash Twinsanity. I freaking love that game.
Which game?
It's like Crash. It's not Crash Bandicoot 4. The one after that. So I guess it's technically Crash Bandicoot 5. It was called Crash Twinsanity. I freaking love that game. And it was developed by Traveler's Tales.
I see. Okay.
It has one of the dopest soundtracks of any game. The entire game soundtrack is a cappella.
Really, the entire thing?
The entire soundtrack. It's done by an a cappella group called Spiral Mouth. Look them up. They're so cool.
I would, but like, funny enough, I'm thinking about like, you know, has the funny a cappella of a bunch of people's voices been uploaded to YouTube's Content ID system?
For the
copyright.
Twinsanity soundtrack, maybe. But I don't know. If so, just go and listen to the Crash Twinsanity soundtrack on sometime on your own time, because it's really good, and it just blew my mind when I found out entirely a cappella.
Nice. Oh god, that reminds me of something that made me a little bit sad. If you guys are dealing with any kind of delay, you're probably dealing with it from that one outage we just recently had. Refresh your streams if you're having any kind of delay problems, and hopefully it'll clean it up. Though 10 seconds of delay sounds about right. But anyway, no, recently, a bunch of stuff about the Amazing Digital Circus has been like, you know, getting people all excited and all that jazz. I'm not gonna
episode
say
6 was fantastic.
Oh, it was. Oh my god, it was so.
It was so good. Can we have like a voice acting awards just so we can give an award to Michael Kovac? Like, for real.
God, I feel like he would get so many awards for so many different things. He's done so many projects. Dude's an absolute juggernaut. I think I talked about this story one time, but like, I auditioned for like this one particular project that existed a while back. I think it was like an Alice in Wonderland type thing, except like they needed a Cheshire Cat, and like I wanted to see if I could possibly get that because that sounded freaking cool. I didn't end up getting the part, which, you know, that kind of sucks. And then, who ended up getting it? Michael Kovac.
It was Michael Kovac. You mentioned that.
Yeah, and the second that I heard that, I was just like, oh, so I had no chance. Got it. Because I'm just like, Michael Kovac, for God's sake.
Hey man, the only thing he has on you is a bigger resume.
I mean, that's true.
I'm sure you could pull off a performance like he does for Jax. I'm sure you could.
Probably. I'd love to give, like, you know, something like that a shot, for sure.
Well, if I ever have a project where I need a voice... Oh, yeah. Good night, Phoenix. Not sure which Nova you're referring to, but either way, I'll say good night.
Oh, I don't think Phoenix is... I think Nova Star Art is going off to bed.
Oh, okay.
Hey, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, I'm sure that both of us... Oh, both of you guys are going to bed? Wait, talking to Nova. God, I'm confused. It's okay. Everything's okay. But anyway, no, I'm still auditioning for things and still putting my voice out there, so at some point, I'm sure that I will be getting some sort of major roles.
You will. I'm rooting for you all the way.
Heck yeah. Like, even if I don't make it a career, I'd just like to, like, you know, commit my voice to some stuff.
Yeah. And that's how a lot of VAs start out. They just kind of do it on the side because that's, you know, that's the best they can do. But then as they build up their resume and stuff, they can eventually, hopefully, be able to make it into a full-time career. And if you can't, then at least you're doing at least you've got a side hustle that you really love doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've said before, like, one of my favorite things of my childhood was, like, cartoons and stuff of that nature. Like, growing up with, like, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and all that stuff. And I remember the first... Well, I don't really remember vividly the first time I ever heard voice actors doing, like, their voices outside of the cartoons. I think I remember I saw a video of, like, Ed, Ed, and Eddie. And, like, I saw all the voice actors, like, doing an interview and then doing their voices in the vocal booth.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, like, that enchanted me. Because I'm just like, oh
That's
my
so
god.
cool.
The people that I know from my cartoons are just people in a vocal booth. That's so freaking awesome. I want to do that. That sounds fun.
That's awesome. That's kind of like me when I was a kid. When I was I would just draw like the cartoon characters that I saw on TV. Like I would I remember when I sent my when I was applying to my college, which for those who don't know, I went to an art college where I majored in animation. And when I was sending my letter to apply for that college, I mentioned how when I was a kid, I would like record episodes of cartoons like Ed, Edd n Eddy and Powerpuff Girls on VHS. And then I would pause my VHS tapes to draw the characters, like using like the paused image on TV as a reference.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's the thing that I did.
That's adorable. How many of you people even know what a VHS is? Be honest with me. How old am I? Actually, I saw a video.
It's cool that you mention the Ed, Edd n Eddy voice actors as some of your inspirations, because the voice actor for Double D, yeah, he's one of my favorites. I'm a huge fan of his.
Nice.
His name is
I've mentioned
Sam
it before,
Vincent.
but like I didn't even plan it, but like I went to a convention once where Matt Hill was one of the people that was there.
Oh, that's so cool.
And like he wasn't even supposed to be there. It was just like
He was just there.
it was an anime convention, and Matt Hill has done anime. And like I guess he was just in the area and somebody canceled it
dropped
last
by?
minute and they contacted Matt Hill and was just like, "Hi, can you come in and like cover this spot for us?" And he was just like, "Yeah, sure, why not?"
That's awesome.
And so he came in, and like, God, I wish I picked up the nerve to walk up to him and say hello, because I didn't.
Aww.
But like,
That's
it was so
that's
freaking
really
weird
cool
to
too,
have him.
because he's because sorry, no, go on.
It was so crazy to have him like stand there and just suddenly he just bust out Ed and just be like, "Chickens! I love chickens, Eddie."
Aww.
Just like, oh my god.
That's so cool, and very lucky because he's Canadian, so I don't imagine he comes to American conventions very often.
Probably not. My god. I didn't even think about that. Holy
Yeah. People forget all the time Ed, Edd n Eddy is a ridiculously Canadian show. It was
Is
produced
that where
in-
my
it was
Canadian humor comes from?
completely produced and it was like completely produced and animated in Canada. All the voice actors are Canadian. Pretty much, yeah, it was very unusual for at the time for Cartoon Network to have like this, like one of their main shows was not at all produced in America. It was done 100% in Canada, and then they just aired it in the U.S. on Cartoon Network.
Dang. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to guess. And also, Roscall is heading out. Hey, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it.
See you later. Thanks for dropping by.
Let's see. I think that's like one thing. I think I also, every once in a while, Nickelodeon also had their own little features of showing that, their cartoon characters were just people in vocal booths. I think like one of them was the Rugrats, if I remember right. Oh man, I've seen a couple things. Like I saw, I think a Rugrats special where I was just like, oh, all the characters are like, portrayed by girls, which is interesting because I'm like, of course they're all girls because they all need to sound like high pitched and young, of course. Huh.
Yep.
Never really thought about that. But now I was. And then I think I saw a Powerpuff Girls special where I saw the the voice actors for Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, nice.
And that's when I learned that Tara Strong's in frickin' everything.
Or she was. Not
Or
so
she
much
was,
anymore.
Probably for a good thing,
Probably for good. She's...
Good reason.
For a good reason. Well... And, it's probably honestly not that big a deal to her because she probably could have retired, long before now. If she really wanted to, and now she's kind of been forced to, and I'm sure it's no skin off her nose.
Pretty much.
It's a shame, because she was in a lot of great stuff and did a lot of great performances. It just sucks it turned out she turned out to be kind of a terrible person.
Yep. I had a, God, I've been thinking about that recently. It's a little bit of a downer, but, like, it's one of those moments where I had the thought of, like, really sucks when somebody that you really look up to, or like somebody that you looked at as being like a hero, turns out to be a scumbag.
Yep.
And that's happened.
Or they kind of slowly become one, or they kind of start out on a little bit of a slippery slope. So you're sort of defend them, but then over time you just can't anymore. They just kind of go off the deep end. That's what happened to one of my favorite artists of all time, actually. He did a lot of cartoons. He did cartoons, video games, and comics. And I was a huge fan of, like, pretty much everything that he did. But he started it out, like, he had some kind of controversial, problematic views that were, like, I could kind of see where he was coming from, even if I couldn't totally agree with him at starting out with. I think he meant well, he was just a little bit ignorant. And, a little bit, in the mindset of, this is what, this is what other people who are in my collective think, so I'm gonna go along with what they think and what they think is right.
Right. But the issue is that, once you start building those walls up, it's really difficult to get over them.
Yeah, but then the culture kind of really shifted to be more extreme and take a lot more extreme stances, and he just pretty much went off the deep end and became way more hateful and supportive of terrible people, and I just couldn't defend him anymore, and it was really sad. Especially because none of his works ever had any, what I really loved about his work is they didn't promote any of that. They were always had, really positive messages. He had a lot of, disabled protagonists, and it just so... And, even though he was, very religious, which is where a lot of his problematic views came from, his works even had the sort of themes where it's even me, not as a religious person, really liked what really liked the messages and the sort of the sort of themes that he had in his stories that that you could tell came from his spirituality, but weren't exclusive to it. You could be an atheist and super and totally enjoy his stories and their themes and messages. The same way you could same way you don't have to be Christian to enjoy Raiders of the Lost Ark, even though it's about finding the Ark of the Covenant, which is a a religious holy artifact. And it just sucks. It's really sad. It's still something I think about a lot and makes me very sad.
I'm trying to think of a good example. I'm trying to think of a good example that isn't also going to be, massively, I don't know, massively inflammatory. And also, I don't know, sometimes, I don't know if I want to be bringing any particular people up because some of the examples I have are, 1, depressing, 2, disgusting.
Yeah.
I think Butch Hartman's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I grew up with so much Butch Hartman stuff, I swear to God. And then it's just so he traces and he's an asshole. Cool.
I feel for the Fairly Odd Parents, Danny Phantom, all the and all the others. I don't remember all the... He's done, other stuff, but I don't really remember what. But anybody who's ever been, a huge fan of any of his stuff that he's ever worked on, I feel for them so bad because the exact same thing happened to me with Doug TenNapel, who was the artist that I was just talking about.
Oh, you know, it's a really weird, obscure one that I've kind of got sitting in my pocket. Frickin'. Oh, what's his name? It's probably good that I've completely forgotten his name. Shit, yeah, what was his name?
What did he? What was his? What did he work on?
Musician. He worked. He made like video games live.
Not familiar with it. Also, hold on.
Yeah, go do the mute. Somebody in the chat might know. And by somebody in the chat, I mean Pierce, maybe. Oh, I remember now. Tommy Tallarico. I remember now.
I've heard of him.
How much have you heard of him?
I don't know much, but I feel like I'm about to get a story.
Oh. So Tommy Tallarico, he is a... I don't know. Should I be speaking in the past term? I'm not entirely sure if he's still, like... I don't know. Somebody might still like him in the industry. Who knows? Oh, also, dinner's almost done. Might have to go soon. We're having tacos and burritos. We're having soft tacos later.
Ah, that sounds delicious.
Anyway, Tommy Tallarico has worked on a ton of video game soundtracks. Like, he had a website, which was basically just a gigantic, like, it's almost an entire, like, what's a good word that I could possibly say? Like, his career has been, like, very long-standing, and he has done a ton of work for a ton of different projects. Like, for projects stretching all the way to the 90s. And, he's got a ton of credits and a ton of different things, and he is also one of, like, he's basically the core person that, made Video Games Live, which is, like, a live concert where they play a bunch of video game music in an orchestra fashion.
Oh yeah,
and
I've
I
heard
don't
of
know if
Video
you've
Games
seen. Yeah, and I remember I loved Video Games Live. So much so that, like, I bought the albums of, like, Video Games Live. Like, I enjoyed it very much. And I don't know, in general, I had a fairly decent repertoire with Tommy Tallarico. I was just like, yeah, he seems like a cool guy. He seems really nice. He seems cool. And then there was an H Bomber Guy video. Do you know H Bomber Guy?
I've heard of him.
Oh God! If you've ever watched an H Bomber Guy video, you don't want to end up on it. What was it?
I think I've seen like one video of his, and I'm not sure if the video I'm thinking of was his. I'll have to look it up later, but yeah, I know of him at least.
Okay. Well, the short of it is, you don't want to end up on a video made by H Bomber Guy, because if you're on in the video of H Bomber Guy, you're probably going to end up being torn to shreds reputation-wise. And Tommy Tallarico was.
Oof. So what'd he do?
Well, apparently, so this entire video started out with, I guess, like, Roblox, they've got this really famous sound effect. Like, you know, like, Roblox's oof sound effect?
Oh, yeah. I know there was a big deal about how it finally, like, came back to it was removed from the game for, like, a long time, and then it finally, like, got back.
Well, you can thank Tommy Tallarico for that.
Oh, dear, what happened? He, like, got it removed from the game somehow?
Yes. Tommy Tallarico basically declared that, hey, that is a sound effect that was made by my studio, and I made that, and you are just freebooting that around. Like, remove that at once, or pay me back, like, a significant fee for the amount of times that it has been said on your platform. And to which there was, like, some legal battles that ended up happening, and eventually, like, they put it back as, like, a purchasable sound that you can use in Roblox, apparently. I don't know. Its existence basically sort of floats.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Do you need to disconnect again? Hello? Gosh darn it.
Bit, you there?
Yeah?
That was weird. Okay, you were saying, legal battles.
Ah, right. Anyway, no, the oof sound effect is basically just in a perpetual limbo of, like, technically you can get it on Roblox, but you need to pay for it. That kind of garbage. But, like, so H Bomber Guy made an entire video where he was going to look up, like, who made the oof sound effect? And he's like, oh, okay, Tommy Tallarico apparently made the oof sound effect. Cool. And then he looked further into it, and he's like, wait, hold on a second. There's nothing here in, like, the credits for this one game that says that he made the oof sound effect. It says that, like, somebody that works for him made the oof sound effect, but not him. And then it just kept spiraling from there. Like,
Oh dear.
H Bomber Guy, like, he looked further into it and just like, okay, so if Tommy took credit for this and he didn't end up making it, how much of the credit that he's taken for other games is not real? And he kind of peeled back the onion and he found out that there are a lot of instances where Tommy Tallarico is like, kind of like a compulsive liar.
Oh dear.
Like, ridiculously, like he
That's crazy.
like, one of the lies that he constantly keeps saying is that he was one of the first people that, like, ever worked on the soundtrack for a Sonic game in the United States.
And it's not true?
And it's not true.
Damn.
I'm trying to remember some other things that he also lied about. Like, that's some of, like, the main ones. Oh yeah, he keeps saying that he was on MTV Cribs once, and he really loves showing off, like, his house, and he loves the fact that he has been on MTV Cribs. Yet, and like, he shows off the video footage of him being on MTV Cribs. Turns out that's a complete lie too. He wasn't on Cribs. He was on some other, like, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like some Canadian ripoff MTV Cribs show that wasn't Cribs.
That's so crazy. What the heck?
And then he...
That's such a thing you could easily disprove, too.
And here's the thing. Nobody was disproving it because they just took his word for it. They were like, why would you lie about this? That would be stupid if you lied about it. Yeah, it certainly would be stupid. And he did. He did lie about it.
Jeez. That's nuts.
I think he also has, like... Oh, he didn't lie about this per se, but, like, the legitimacy of it is definitely up in the air and definitely questionable. I forget how many Guinness Book of World Records he has, but he said that he has many Guinness Book of World Records. And technically that is correct. However, the Guinness Book of World Records is a sham. I don't know if you've ever heard of this.
I haven't.
But, like, you can... If you want to be in the Guinness Book of World Records, all you need is a shitload of money. That's it.
I can buy that.
Then,
now that I can believe.
And then all you have to do is just, like, contact them and be like, I want to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Like, okay, what's your profession? And then they're like, okay, we'll come up with a world record for you to have. And then they'll come up with some stupid world record that nobody has thought about or nobody would ever think to do. And so, like, you know, you can have a world record and it can be stupidly obscure, but technically you're in the Book of World Records. So, yeah, Tommy Tallarico has got many, many Book of World Records, but they're basically worthless.
That's
what other
nuts.
things has he lied about? I don't know. He lied about a lot of shit, and it's funny because, like, and then once I watched this episode of, like, H Bomber Guy, I was just like, well, okay, that's ruined for me forever.
Oh, I'll be right
And
back.
I think ever since... Oh, okay. Anyway, that's pretty much all I had to say about that. But how freaking crazy is that, man? Again, I guess as long as nobody asks and anybody... As long as nobody questions you, you can just say whatever you want. It's lovely, ain't it? His mother is very proud. Let me think. More on the subject of people that were heroes to me that turned out to be villains. Or eventually turned into villains. I'm sure I've got a couple. I'm curious if any of you guys have any examples of this. Well, of course, there's, like, all the YouTubers out there that have, like, disappointed me. Disney? They've been evil for a long time. A very long time. And it's unfortunate because they're kind of like... They're an evil that a lot of people just kind of excuse. Like, yeah, Disney's evil. What are you gonna do about it?
Okay, I'm back.
Howdy, howdy.
I will say this. I would rather find out somebody like a musician or artist or something that I like is a compulsive liar. I'd rather find that out about them than they scamming thousands and thousands of people out of their money.
That is true.
Yeah.
I've heard of that happening many times, too.
Yep, that's what Butch Hartman did.
Yep. Bingo. What was it? Like, his, frickin', like...
He tried to start up a streaming service that was just like, and this supposed streaming service of him, he was just, like, promising the moon, basically. He was just like, it's gonna have everything. It's gonna have, you know, all of this stuff that's totally realistic for me as just one guy who has some, you know, tenure in the animation industry to do. And it's like, on the one hand, I feel bad for the people who, you know, on the one hand, it's like terrible that he just took their money and, you know, basically just scammed them out of their money. But on the other hand, it was like, there was no way he was going to be able to pull this off. Like, with what he was promising.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, when you have got, like, massive influence within a specific sphere, you'd like to think that you know what you're doing. Or at least, like, you have contacts.
Yeah. No, he was just, like, massively egotistic and thought he could just, you know, make this, he was saying his, like, streaming service was gonna rival, like, Netflix and YouTube. Because he wanted to have, like, not only, like, streaming service stuff, but also have, like, user-generated content like YouTube. And it was, like, there's no way, dude.
Good luck with that one.
Good luck with that.
We've been trying to get a replacement for YouTube for a long frickin' time. And I'm still waiting. I want a replacement. Somebody please get us out of here. Holy shit.
Unfortunately, I think the only companies that could, like, realistically make a competitor to YouTube would just be another giant tech company.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be, like, the only people who can make, like, something to go up against Google would be, like, Apple.
Yeah. I mean, I just want competition.
Yeah.
That's my main thing. I just want, like, you know, one gigantic company to start sweating.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of why I'm a massive fan of Blue Sky, and I keep on advertising the crap out of it. because I'm like, you don't need Twitter. There's a blue sky. It exists. Run.
It's
Get
true.
the heck out.
We don't. Please tell Japan that. Because the only reason I still use Twitter is because all of my Japanese mutuals are still on Twitter, and they just won't move.
Please get off of the platform with the racist robot. Get out. Trying to think, like, you know, funny enough, the thing that I'm cleaning right now is reminding me a heck of a lot of an aggro crag. Except, like, purple.
It just
Ooh,
looks
went
like
and took
a
a shit on an aggro crag.
bunch of crystals.
Yeah, it kind of does. But that's kind of what the aggro crag is. It's just a gigantic bundle of crystals.
For some reason, I thought you were like saying aggro crab in a weird way. I didn't know, like, oh, crag, no, like a rocks.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. No, I'm thinking of
I
aggro.
remember,
I was thinking of Aggro Crab, which is the developers of another Crab's Treasure.
Yeah, that is a game I've had my eye on a couple times.
I really want to play it. It's one of those, like, another, just like one of the million games. It's like, I want to play this. I hope I get the chance to eventually. I actually don't know if, I'm really worried about, actually, honestly, I just looked at the minimum requirements for Outer Worlds 2, and it's just like, I think I'm just like, so the minimum requirements are like a GTX like 1070 or something for the graphics card, and my graphics card is a GTX 1060.
Oh shoot!
So,
and your graphics is like, you know, internal, right? Because you have a laptop.
I think so, yeah, because it's a gaming laptop.
I don't know if you heard. Actually, I'm planning very soon to upgrade my graphics card. And the reason is the Stream PC has got a like GTX 1080 running in it. And Nvidia made the announcement that, like, starting in October, basically around the time that the Windows 11 update becomes mandatory, they are going to, like, cease releasing updates for the graphics cards of, like, the GTX era.
Well, I might be buying a new PC next year after all. I didn't want to have to spend my money on that because I only have about $4,500 in my savings right now, and if I buy a new computer, that's gonna be like another $1,500 to $2,000 out of that, which is a lot.
I mean, technically, so I know that you can. It's not like you don't necessarily have to upgrade for at least another year, considering, like, there are ways that you can continue to get support for Windows 10. And also, I believe the GTX.
I mean,
cards,
I'm on 11 now. I did upgrade to Windows 11.
Okie dokie. Wow. I mean, that it doesn't necessarily, like, just because a graphics card is going to cease getting graphics updates, that doesn't mean that the card is going to suddenly stop working. It's just like, you know, safety and security and performance updates just won't be a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Which, considering the hardware is, I think, almost 10 years old, I can kind of understand that.
It's only 6 years old.
But
But
your laptop. But, like, the technology is
yeah, I mean,
like,
it wasn't like the newest card. It wasn't like the newest tech when I got it. So Like, it was decent for the time, but it wasn't like if I'd wanted to spend more, I probably could have gotten something better, but I was like, no, this is good, this will last me a while, but in computer times, a while is only like 6-7 years at most.
At the moment, I'm currently kind of worrying about, like, my cell phone that I currently have, because I'm starting to get up to about, like, 3 years that I've owned it. And 3 years tends to be, like, the time it takes for a cell phone to, like, you know, become obsolete. And especially for me, I tend to use the ever-loving heck out of these things until the batteries start swelling. So
I've actually had my dad's, iPhone 11 for the past couple of years. It was a hand-me-down, because my dad got a new phone some years ago, and just gave me his old one. And that one's been, I want to say it was, like, around the time of the pandemic, maybe a little earlier.
I see.
I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I've only gone through since... hold on, sorry.
No problem.
No, sorry, I was just... I gotta keep it down a bit, but yeah,
Yeah, no problem.
No, since I think 2016, I've only gone through 2 iPhones. I had a 6S that I got in 2016, and then, yeah, when that kicked the bucket like a couple of years ago, my dad gave me his 11, and that's the one I still have.
Nice. I think
So I've been pretty lucky with phones.
the phone I currently own a 12S iPhone that I'm using to stream my face out to people right now.
Oh yeah, you use the iPhone tracking.
Yeah, and it looks so 1-to-1.
Nice.
I wouldn't use it as my daily driver though, because I don't know what it is about like phone architecture or like, you know, the way that it's set up. I don't know. I just like Android more. It plays better with PCs, and it makes me happy.
You know what's funny is that I had Android for years before I had an iPhone. Like for almost like my first several years of college, I had Androids, but I went through like 3 Android phones in like the course of like 4 years because they kept dying on me. Like either they wouldn't work correctly, or they just suddenly one day I couldn't boot it up anymore. It just wouldn't work.
Weird.
It was very weird. Like, the weirdest thing that happened was, like, I would be in, like, because when I was in college, I lived in an apartment that was, so the main building of the college was right next to an apartment building, like, literally right next door. So a lot of students lived in that apartment building, including me. And what was so bizarre was I wouldn't get calls or texts while I was in the apartment building. When I would go over to the school building, I would suddenly get, like, dozens of texts and, like, missed call messages and, you know, voicemails at once. Like, suddenly everything that wasn't getting delivered to me while I was in the apartment building would get sent to me when I went over to the school building. So I had no idea why that was happening. So I had to get a new phone because we couldn't figure out why that was happening.
It's freaking crazy.
It was crazy, so...
Man, the last time I had that happen to me was when I had, like, an old LG phone back in the day. But I could see that happening, though. Like, just, for some reason, service is just completely garbage in some places. And then like,
That's
absolutely
so
great in
weird.
other ones.
That's so weird.
Oh, yeah, Pierce says, I like Android more because Apple locks stuff up. I want my platform to be open. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
I like being able to play Wind Waker on my phone.
Hey, I actually can, I got a Nintendo emulator on... There is a Nintendo emulator you can get for the iOS now. I have it's called Delta. It's an emulator that you can get for the the iOS, I have it on my iPad, and I was using it to play like an old like Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh game on my iPad the other day. It's really cool, and I think it emulates stuff up from like it's like from the NES all the way up to like the Nintendo's to up to like the DS.
Holy crap!
I haven't. Yeah, it does even like Nintendo 64. It does like it's like NES, SNES. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo 64, and Nintendo DS.
That's a lot of emulation cores. Like, holy
Yeah.
crap. I guess if you're going to only have one option for an emulator, it better be a good one.
Yeah. Now, I haven't tried any of the Nintendo 64 or DS yet. I've only tried Game Boy Advance games on it, but it runs pretty well.
For me, I kind of got over. Not to say that you need to get over it or anything, or anybody else needs to get over it. I mean, like, for me personally, I kind of stopped caring a heck of a lot about. Can it do a native Mario 64 port? Probably not.
No idea.
I'm pretty sure Apple would have that locked down. But no, like, I fell out of love for, like, mobile emulation a really long time ago when I just, like... There's something about trying to play the game on a cell phone that kind of has always rubbed me the wrong way. Like, you can sync a Bluetooth controller to your phone, and I guess that makes it palatable. But other than that, you have to play on, like, the screen. And the screen is, like, so uncomfortable to use. And also, like, the phone gets stupidly hot when you're running something like that.
Mm.
So for me, it's always felt, like, really uncomfortable to run emulators on those.
That's why I've done it on my iPad, which is a little bit more powerful, and yeah, I've not had any kind of issues with emulating on it, thankfully.
That's good.
I have not tried it on my phone because I'm just like, it's on my iPad. I don't really need it on my phone too.
I think, yeah, the last time I was, like, super interested in emulators for phones is when, I think Dolphin was doing some experimental stuff with running, GameCube games on cell phones back in the day. I don't know how stable we are at this point, but, like...
Kind of cool.
It was surprisingly good. Hello, we have a Pierce in here now.
It's a Pierce.
If you want to avoid the problem of using glass as a controller, you can always just mod your Nintendo Switch and play the emulators on there.
Hey! You could do that, yes.
Yes.
I'm not modding my Switch until I get a Switch 2.
That's fair.
I went and I got myself a Switch OLED because I couldn't wait.
I mean,
And this
it
was
does
before
have
they
a
made the
screen
announcement
with
that the Switch 2 was even a thing. What was that?
It still has a nicer screen than the Switch 2. The Switch 2 goes back to just a regular screen, not OLED.
I heard about that. Like,
That's so weird.
Rip-off. Like, you've managed to figure out a really good, like, improvement to your setup. Why would you not stick with that?
Also,
I thought,
So
like,
they
it
can
was going to
sell
be
a
stupid.
Switch 2 OLED later.
Also, the PS Vita had OLED, so, like, there's really not an excuse.
Well, I guess the excuse is money and price.
Yeah, but the Vita was, like, over a decade ago. So,
The Vita was also very expensive.
not as expensive as the Switch 2.
Yeah, Switch 2 is insane. And that was before the tariffs happened.
Like $450?
The Switch
Like
2 is
$450.
$450.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a Vita was, like, $100 less than that.
Vita was like around 300 from what I can remember. Because I do own a Vita.
I do,
I
too.
remember picking up a Vita, yeah.
It's a good system.
It's a good system, it just had nothing on it.
Right. It had
was
very
also
little
just-
support.
It was just also very, also like the memory cards were annoyingly expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
The memory card system was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Did
I
you hear
hate
that
Sony and
is
their
apparently-
proprietary garbage.
Did
Yep.
you hear that apparently Sony is working on a new handheld?
Oh,
Yes, I did hear
I
about
don't
that.
know if I should be scared or excited or scared.
Apparently, they want it to compete with the Switch, so they're aiming for that market now.
Interesting.
I know Microsoft is currently trying to compete with the Switch with like, I guess they're working with like third-party makers like Asus and people like that to create basically an Xbox mobile console, which is basically just, you know, a Windows PC, except it happens to have Xbox branding on it. You know what I mean?
That's just a Steam Deck, but worse.
Yep, pretty much.
So
That's
just
for
get
a
a Steam
mobile
Deck.
PlayStation thing, like.
Yeah, that
Man.
just gets deep.
I guess the question is the place, is this PlayStation mobile thing, are they just going to go whole hog into it and call it the PlayStation 6, or do you
I
think
don't
they
think
will
so.
stick
They're probably
with
going to do some other like handheld name. Maybe they'll call it the PSP2 and just ignore the Vita. I don't know.
I think that'd be funny.
That would be pretty funny.
The PS Vita.
The PISP. I don't know. Regardless, I don't have a heck of a lot of money to spend on any of it. So.
As I was saying, I currently have about $4,500 to my name, and that's gonna have to last till I get another job, which could be based on my previous track record up to a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this job economy kind of sucks right now.
It sucks. Pierce, you need to get me into the localization industry because I want to do the localization because I do the Japanese and the translating.
Well,
I'm doing
the
it
way
right
you
now,
get
in fact.
started- The way you get started is
But I
by
have
just
no
doing it.
idea how to get in that industry.
The way you get into that industry is you just do it, and then you take the experience you did doing it in your spare time, putting that on your resume, and then using that to shop around.
Nice. I'll have to
what you do.
I'm gonna have to put that on my resume.
Yeah, those fan
when
projects
I-
that you do that you don't think matter, those count. That can be put on your resume as legitimate experience.
That's awesome because yeah, I have several of those,
Well, there you go. Do that.
including
Apply to
the
like
thing I am working on right now, which is
or somebody, someone you know who like does those games, and see what you can get. See what happens.
that would be awesome.
Yes.
I will ask you for further advice on that when I get to updating my resume after I see a couple more doctors and hopefully get this surgery recovery situation all sorted out.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Hell yeah. But yeah, also bits. I've decided now if I do decide to buy a new computer within the next year, I am gonna be like, Bit, help me shop for a computer.
Yay!
Because I'm sure you will enjoy that, and I could really use the help and advice because my despite being an engineer, my father is let's just say the fact that he is an engineer only slightly helps his tech literacy for being a 69-year-old man. So
Nice.
Yeah.
I think he would be much more helpful to me.
I know that, like, you really need to be in the scene and, like, paying attention to latest releases and, like, what's currently available.
Yeah.
And also, just understand what your budget is and make sure you stay within it.
Yeah, for sure.
I know what my budget is, and I know that I'm thinking about actually gunning for a 5060, which is like, it's not the most powerful thing in the world, but it definitely rivals what I currently have inside of my current computer. And my main goal is not necessarily for like super amounts of like power. I just want something that is comparable to what I already got.
Yeah.
And a
Makes
5060 will do that. If I can spring it, maybe a 5070. Like that I would consider that to be like an upgrade. An upgrade.
If you have that, you're still
I
probably
think I
going to
would
be
just-
okay
I would like
doing
to-
basically everything that you would want to do. Because, like, I have a 3060, and that's still good enough to play, like, PS5 level games on it.
Well, like, one of the only reasons
Oh,
why
that's
I'm
awesome.
currently upgrading even to begin with is because I have a 1080 card that's about to become obsolete.
Oh, well, yeah, if you
That's
have a
it.
1080 card, then yeah, definitely upgrade.
Well, it's like, you know, I've got the two computers set up here, and the 1080 is currently in the stream PC, which doesn't require doing any graphics.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not rocking a 1080 and trying to play like, you know, Warhammer or anything.
Yeah, because I was thinking, wait a minute, didn't you stream, like, Half-Life Alyx?
Yeah, Half-Life Alyx would not have worked on a 1080.
Yeah.
And funny enough, Half-Life Alyx, like, that really stretched the capabilities of what I can currently do with my current setup.
That's probably the
Like, I
most,
had-
like, graphically intensive game, just because it's such a high-fidelity game and also VR, so you have to render everything twice.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that a VR game?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know you had a VR setup.
Oh, I do. Yeah, totally. It's just I haven't been using it all that much.
That's cool though.
I remember, again, I did a stream of Half-Life Alyx, which, like, only barely held together. I think it was
Yeah, that
that
sounds
moment
like
that I
it would be.
realized... It like, at that moment I realized, oh my god, I actually have to upgrade, don't I?
Dang.
I thought I was pretty future-proof, but apparently not. Oh, Phoenix says my alarm to take my medication is going to go off. I'm probably going to have to log off. Okie dokie. Well, thanks for coming into the stream. I appreciate it.
See you later,
For joining
Phoenix.
in.
Thanks for dropping by.
He's been fun. Now, like
You know
I
one
said,
thing-
my...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what were you going to say?
You know one thing about VR that I don't really understand? Like, you know how they have PSVR 2 now, right? Apparently
Yeah,
there are some
actually.
games that are on PSVR 2 that aren't there are some games that were on PSVR 1 that aren't compatible with PSVR 2.
That's really weird.
Like, they
I
only
guess
work
it
on the first one, and it's like, it's a VR headset. It goes on your face, it displays images, and then you use a PlayStation controller or a Move for everything else. Like, that hasn't changed, so why?
I guess if it hasn't changed, that's stupid.
Is it like a legal thing, or like some weird licensing reason, or
Probably just proprietary. No. Buy this thing again, please.
but that's dumb, because PSVR is still the only way that you can play Resident Evil 7 in VR. They never updated it for the PC version.
Oh,
So-
that's dumb.
And I don't think that one's compatible with PSVR 2 either, so the only way to play Resi 7 in VR is to track down a PS1 PlayStation, like a PlayStation VR for the first generation, but not the second one, and then play it on a PS4.
So weird.
So that's not exactly ideal.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's actually, like, scared the heck out of me when it comes to, like, VR technology. We're currently at a place where it's kind of... What's a good way to put it? It's kind of made itself established at this point. Like, VR is a thing, and I think we figured out the form factor and we know exactly how we want to do it. There's a couple different methods of getting there, but for the most part, the technology is kind of homogenized into one thing. And that's good. And any advancements in VR are going to be mostly like incremental different upgrades that, they're not going to change the landscape all that much, I don't think. But the one thing that bothers the heck out of me is console exclusives at this moment. Console exclusives are one of the stupidest things you could possibly do right now. Because there's not enough VR game to go around. At least in my opinion. And to me, that kind of sounds like, PlayStation is doing their own version of, like, console exclusive garbage.
Yeah. I was really glad when I saw the Psychonauts VR game, which is like Psychonauts like 1.5, actually got put on PC, because I'm like, oh yay, if I ever get VR, I can actually play it.
I believe I played that on stream, actually.
I think you might have.
Yeah, I think
I remember it now.
I played that
you
as
did.
a precursor to when I started playing Psychonauts 2.
I think you did too. Man, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. There's no way I would have been able to do that without VR headset. There we go. What am I cleaning anyway?
Art, it looks like.
The Diamond
Oh, cool.
Dorito. I'm trying to think about some VR games that I'm really excited about. Funny enough, VR games really haven't been getting, like, any level of traction, at least, like, from what I've seen. Like, when was the last time you heard about a VR game that, like, genuinely got your interest? That made you go, like, oh, holy shit.
Never, because I've always just tuned out anything VR related, because it's like, no way I'm ever going to be able to afford that.
Psychonauts
Fair.
Rumpus of Ruin was pretty cool.
Yeah, that one I was interested in just because it was Psychonauts, but it's like, I'm never going to be able to actually play this.
Yep.
One thing I really badly wanted to do at one point, actually, I think my brother beat me to it. I really badly wanted to get my mom over to my place so that we could, like, have her try out VR. I thought that would be freaking funny. Just to have her, like, just to strap her to the dang thing and see how she reacts to it. Problem is, I mean, like, my worry is that that's just, like, way too much, and just, I don't know. I'm not gonna say exactly how old, but she's kind of up there in age. Is that one of those things you want to strap to your mom's face? I don't know.
I would
Big
kill
fat
to see
question
my
mark.
dad play VR. That would be hilarious. I bet he'd be up for trying it, but
Ooh.
I think he'd do it for like 5 minutes and be like, okay, I'm done now. And I will never do that again.
Ah, darn. Well, here's the funny thing. I sat there sort of like, worrying about it. And meanwhile, my brother went over to my mom's place with a, I think like a MetaQuest or whatever the heck, and had her try it. And now she's had VR experience.
Cool.
So, yeah, I guess that, that opportunity is out the window. Though she hasn't tried, like, full room VR. Which that's what I got. Like, I got, like, the Valve Index, which is, like, really nice. See, how much more stuff do I gotta clean up here? I have to clean gigantic gnome statue, and also whatever the heck this is. Darcy, I don't understand you. Let's see, because it's starting to get a little bit late into the night, and I actually have some plans tomorrow, so... I think I might call it for today.
That's cool. You get some respite. You get some rest.
Taking a stretch. There we go. Alright, well, this will be here when I get back. I'll head over to the end stream area. It looks like a wave. the words don't mean anything. I don't know. It's weird poetry crap. I'm a very simple mind. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna head over to the end screen here and finish up some stuff. Okay. Oh, all right. So before I finish things, again, real quick reminder. So I'm not sure entirely what I'm going to be doing next Wednesday. We'll figure that out. But tomorrow, like I said, I'm going to be doing a stream with Synth, and that is going to be us reading Homestuck, and we're starting from like the ground up.
Oh
That
boy,
should be
I definitely
interesting.
want to join for that. That sounds like a hell of a time. And I
Sounds
do
really
mean
fun.
hell, as in the infernal realm of Satan.
The hell of Andrew Hussey.
Yeah. Well, actually, honestly, early Homestuck is not that bad. Early Homestuck is actually pretty fun and enjoyable. It only starts to completely fall apart when you get to like Act 6, which is really, really, really far into the story. So, at least you can enjoy like the parts of this, the like first half that's pretty good. So, or maybe it's more like 2/3. I think 2/3 of it is pretty good.
How do you spell that? Smell what? Like synth or like Homestuck? And by the way, Homestuck is definitely a creation of its time, I will say. Thank you, Pierce. There we go. At like,
It was written in 2009, and boy, can you tell it was written in 2009.
Also, the
And it
main
was written
character
for,
is
like, a
officially
very
voiced by
specific
Toby
time.
Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Homestuck was the primordial ooze that Toby Fox stepped out of.
Pretty much.
He,
That should tell
literally,
you
he built Undertale while living in Andrew Hussey's basement.
That's just a rumor. We don't know if that's true or just a joke, but it is in spirit it's at least true. They were close friends.
Here, let me
If
Give
it
me a
didn't
second,
literally
I'm gonna
happen,
go-
it happened in spirit.
I'm gonna go over to Synth's Twitch real quick. I'm gonna grab this. Ah! God, I can hear myself. No, I can hear Synth.
So what time are you guys starting that? Because Synth normally streams like really, really late for me.
I
past
think we're
midnight.
going to be starting at around 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. So I
6
believe that's
Pacific.
somewhere around like 7 or 8 o'clock my time.
6 Pacific is 9 for me. So okay, I'd be able to join in for a little bit at least.
Oh dear criminy. Sleep. Anyway, no, that's Synth's
Yeah.
Twitch account in case you need it. I'm gonna be over there at around like again 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, and or it might be earlier, it might be later, depending on when we decide we want to get started. I don't know, who knows. But yeah, we're going to be reading some Homestuck, and I'm probably going to be a confused little goblin. Just sitting there, just be like, what is this wording? Which is funny, because I grew up around that era, so like, I should be able to wrap my head around it, but...
It's not too. It doesn't start out that convoluted. It just people are like, oh, Homestuck is so complicated. It starts out pretty easy to understand. Like I said, it just gets more and more crazy as it goes on.
Okay.
On a scale of Mario to Kingdom Hearts, how complicated is it?
Kingdom Hearts.
Does it go further than Kingdom Hearts, or is Kingdom Hearts still the cap?
Let's just say Kingdom Hearts stays more I'd say Kingdom Hearts stays a little bit more coherent than Homestuck does by the end. By the end, I think that's important to note, because Homestuck is pretty complex and does require you to like. But as long as you're like reading everything and you are paying attention, it is easy to understand. It's just a lot. You just have to, actually be reading everything and paying attention. And like, I think the reason why a lot of people thought it was so complicated is because they were like, it was notoriously known back in the day that a lot of people in the fan base or readers of it like skipped parts or just skimmed parts and weren't like actually trying to absorb all the information or really pay attention.
So like
I
they
think
came
that's-
on, they came in like Act 5, and then people got confused
A lot
because
of
they're like,
people
"What
did.
is this? I don't understand."
Yeah, a lot of people actually did that because Act 5 is when the trolls come in and they just wanted to get to the characters that all of their mutuals were making fan art of. So, but you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. It's, you will definitely not know what's going on if you start anywhere but the beginning.
I'm looking forward to becoming indoctrinated. I will say, like,
It's
I know
it's
that
a wild ride, alright?
Synth is like a major Homestuck fan. Like he was there at like the base of when it started, so he knows a heck of a lot more than I do. And I know that he's looking forward to like poking me with the Homestuck stick, specifically because he's just like,
so was I.
"You're
so
a fresh
I'll
soul with
be-
absolute. You're uncorrupted." Ooh.
Well, so was I, as mentioned, with my cosplay story. So I'll be really interested to see just to see what you Wow, it's almost midnight and my brain can no longer brain. But yeah, I'll be there. I'm very interested to see what you think.
Okie dokie. I'm sure I'll like it. It's just to what extent and when do I zone out? I'm unsure.
Probably later on in Act 6 when it actually starts to get really bad.
Great. Alrighty. Well, that is the plan. We're going to be doing that tomorrow. And then I will be releasing some kind of a schedule of some kind probably on Tuesday. Still trying to make a decision about, like, what exactly I want to be playing on that particular day. It sucks because there's a bunch of games that I really badly want to play coming out in September. Like, for the love of God, like, that is the exact moment where, like, all the really good games are, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to start anything out right now. And yes, Silk Song is one of those games that I want to start out.
Yay!
What was it again? Like, September 4th?
I think it's like September 4th, yeah.
Oh man, it's the 24th right now. Yeah, we're basically 2 weeks away. That's so amazing. That's great, but also, oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. They just like, they really spooked us. Like, this is
Honestly,
practically a shadow drop.
I feel like this had to happen though. Because if they made like an announcement that it was going to be coming out in like 5 months' time, I feel like people would have exploded and not would have been able to, like, deal with it.
I think they would have been happy just to have a release date, but true. It's just really funny that after all this time of them basically not saying anything about it, not giving any release date, and there being barely any updates, they basically just come to us and be like, "Oh hey, it's done."
They
come out of the woodwork
Here you
and be
go.
like, oh yeah, here it is. It's done. Here you go.
We have playable
So, like,
demos
please.
currently at Gamescom. Enjoy. It's like we exist now. All right, looking
That's
forward
very
to
fun.
that. Okay,
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
gonna take off here. Thank you guys
Get
very
you
much
later.
for popping in. I appreciate it.
Of
a heck of a
course,
lot.
I'm glad I felt well enough to actually do so.
I'm glad you're feeling well enough to do that too.
Thank you, because yeah, it's been this recovery has been rough.
Well, continue to feel better and and recovery and all that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
off. Have a good night,
Feel
you
better
guys.
soon.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Bye
night,
bye.
everyone.
Good night.
See ya.
Yep.